All right, if you're joining us, thanks so much for group 5.
Group five still.
Session 22 is the number that we're going into today. So that's awesome. We're climbing the numbers, climbing the ranks. We're getting higher and going further than we've ever gone before. So we are in a very interesting place. This is what is known as Girder. This is somehow a locked away area through kind of a golden gate in a way. You had to make way to this place known as Vasilthrock, navigating upon kind of a peninsula that went between two rivers that were structurally engineered to be that way and kind of formed this intricate aqueduct or dam type situation on the cliffside or the mountainside. And then voila, you have the Golden Gate between. Thanks to quick working by Nereus, you found right that one of the statues was missing a tooth. You just placed the tooth in, and it opened. It was as easy as that. How you got to this place was because of events that occurred in Othema. It was kind of coming off of the adventures that were taken in the crypt and the information that was given by Lord Downfalor, by the Library of Light, as well as Valeria. It was something you all wanted to do because there was a particular individual that was interested in this. This is Damodar. Damodar was interested in this place. And so it was very crucial that they obtained a key and a map, which is something that you both seem to obtain from an individual known as Thurin Oakhand. And in addition to that, you had the chest with the map in it, right? And that was by Fremar Berlu. So that's why we're here. When we got in here after battling two trolls, there were these incorporeal figures, right? Ghosts that emerged, and they were dwarfs. So they were actually individuals that might have lived here or something, right? Why would they be rising as spirits here? It's very strange. They had hammers, and they seemed to be commoner folk in the way that they were incorporeal. They didn't really have armor. Well, they came and were fighting, maybe to protect you or something, but they arose and they started to fight these shadowy undead spiritual creatures. And they went at them with you, helping you to kind of vanquish them in this specific chamber. Now, how you got here through the Golden Gate was kind of crossing over like a land bridge and then coming into what this is referred to in Dwarven, it would be like an entry hall. There's two particular styles to like Dwarven cities in this particular homebrew, right? I would say, in that you have cities that might be more horizontal in the mountainside, or you have cities that be vertical. They go really kind of down. This is a really vertical city by the way it looks. The fact that you come into an entry hall right off of the land bridge, right off the entry, and all of a sudden you have these elevator like shafts, you have stairwells, it's all grouped together right in the center, a large, massive structure, chamber around you filled with like destroyed furnishings, like long tables, like it's like kind of like a drinking hall, a trading hall. It's kind of an all purpose hall because this is the epicenter of where all of these stairs and the elevator shafts converge. And they might go down to many other levels. Noting that on the land bridge, there was a lot of volcanic activity by that one well that they had created in the midst of that lake far down off the land bridge, suggests that there is a lot of movement in here, the Southern Frosthorn. Right? No other Dwarven clan makes cities in the Southern Frosthorn. All of them are in the Northern Frosthorn, primarily in the Ismar region. So this is a little bit of an outlier, and why that is becoming more and more apparent as you continue your journey. So where we're at immediately here is we have moved through the spirits. We have gone through them, the ghosts somewhat guiding you. There is a hole in the main elevator shaft of this entry hall, and there's plenty of foot and handholds. There's also metal chain wenches that are embedded into the stone pillars that extend up to the the 100 to 200 so ceiling height of this chamber. It's a massive structure in here, and so you can grab some of that chain and you can link it and lower yourself down into this hole. But upon kind of going through the space here, if there's anywhere to go down, it's here. There's no other doors or archways or exits or entries into this chamber besides the one that you went through. And just looking at the stairwells and seeing how they extend up as pillars of themselves, they have been destroyed. You can notice that the tops of the pillars of the stairwells, they've been like caved in, bits of stone has been destroyed. They have like exploded pieces of the ceiling height to throw rocks down into the elevator shaft to like fill them. So there is a lot of intentional destruction here for people not to be able to get down. So guided here a little bit. Why is there a hole particularly here? It's not carved out really. It seems to be almost like kind of maybe kind of move some of the rocking and other things. But nonetheless, it's there and it's big enough for a medium-sized humanoid to go down. And there's plenty of foot and handholds to kind of perch your back up and start kind of walking down with your hands and your legs and using your back as a kind of an anchor towards the walling of the stone that you can do it. So that's where we're at. Simple put. So kind of going backtrack a little bit, is there anybody that's wanting to not go down at this point, or like wanting to look around more into this space, get a little bit maybe investigation of what happened here? Because there are bodies, there's a lot of destruction.
So if I remember right, last time though, you told us that the things that we fought, the ghostly figures that we fought, that were like over here. I thought you said they looked like they were starting to come around again, like they may be regenerating or forming, if you will.
Yeah, not necessarily regenerating or reforming, just that there will be more of them, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of drawn into the light of what Nereus has been producing, maybe even movement from you all. And it's a massive entry hall. The radius of the space is over 500 feet. It goes up to 600 to 800 at certain spacings, right? So you can't see that, right, with your dark vision, but you can hear movement of certain things. These creatures didn't particularly make any sort of a noise until they interacted with obstacles or objects. And there's plenty of destruction and debris around. So if they're making way and they're moving, you're kind of hearing that around you.
Okay, yeah, I think that was what was driving for those that don't remember, I think that's what was driving our decision to try to get down the hole as expeditiously as possible. So okay. I'm all for going down the hole right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You dive in?
I mean, I don't know about dive in. I will go in the hole carefully so I don't kill myself. No. See, that's a DM trap. That's a DM trap right there. I mean, you just jump in the hole, right?
Jump in the hole, right? No. So you have, like I said, you have chain. You can grab the chain and unlock the wench and have something to support yourself. You can also just do this. It doesn't require an athletic check or acrobatics to get down this space because there's plenty of foot and handholds and there's plenty of things to navigate. So as you all kind of so it sounds like consensus here, we're going down.
Right? Can I cast Pass Without a Trace before we start heading down?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. I mean, we got a big ass light with us, but should we try to move stealthily or just go? Kind of a question for the party.
I suppose I assumed we would be moving stealthily, but if you want to just go for it.
It doesn't hurt to try. We're not in a rush. So.
Well, I'm just thinking about the big ass light orb that we have around us in a totally dark space. And I know you have to have it because you don't have dark vision, is that right?
I'm so
Nereus?
Sorry that Nereus's eyes are a burden. He can just wait outside and you guys can head down. That's
yes,
fine.
I finally found something that Nereus can't do.
He can. He's in the dark just fine. You just have a problem with it that he has to have a light.
Oh, stop it! All right, yeah, we can roll stealth. I don't mind trying to do this.
Regardless, I'll take your passive stealth, which is a +10.
Okay.
So I always take passive stealth regardless if you roll actively or not.
I don't have it either, Nereus. Don't let him bully you.
I'd love to see anybody try and bully Nereus.
I tried that once and I got mind controlled.
Not by Nereus, though.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't it you?
Shh.
In the... Oh. All right.
I'm just gaslighting you.
Anyway, I'm ready to go down.
Okay. So we begin our descent down. So as you begin to go through the hole, it is tight fit. Sometimes you have to really kind of put your feet in a specific space. You also don't have a direct vertical drop. There's a little bit of shifting, but it's primarily going in that direction. You descend down for a great distance. I mean, it feels at this point you've gone roughly over 100 feet or so. You might be sweating. There's some bits of rock kind of falling about you as you're going through, but the massive boulder structure that's been here for this amount of time is maintaining itself in this shaft. You notice that the shaft is nicely constructed because you can see through at some points with your dark vision through some of the gaps of the rocks that have kind of come through that it's solid stone, that they may have drilled it, not necessarily bricked it up, like carved it out, but it seems very kind of almost like kind of drilled in that way as it goes down to that size. So, without further ado, the hole stops. You kind of come outwards into a structure, and there's a little bit of a kind of a corridor tunnel that heads into the eastern direction. The ceiling height is roughly 10 feet or so. It's very craggly and old. The walls themselves are very kind of protruding and things. It's carved, and you can see the pickaxes as well as debris and a cart that's nearby, which seems really odd to you in this space. But it's there. And it gives a little bit of a work that this has been... They might have been trying to move rock out of the shaft to get up to where you were.
Watch your step, I guess. Now we proceed.
Yeah.
Tardan, why don't you go ahead and make sure there's no traps?
No, I don't think so. Thanks, though. Ghost walks up forward.
I'll hang in the back here to make sure nothing follows us.
That was a great Tardan impression, by the way.
Was it great? I don't. Feels like it's just Deuce talking sometimes. It's just me.
Do you want to roll stealth? My passive is 30 right now, so I was assuming rolling was kind of superfluous, but we can if you want.
I
Sure,
mean,
we
you
can roll.
should. Just because it's fun to watch what happens when you...
I'm not gonna lie; those are pretty good stealth rolls from everybody.
Yeah, everyone's rolling really high.
Well, the plus 10 helps.
So
I
rolled
mean,
a 5. It just happens to
Yeah, I
still
mean,
be a 25.
I rolled a 6.
look, don't take my thinking we're having good rolls away from me, okay?
Hey, I'm happy to get that one out of the way before it matters.
I don't see any traps.
Okay.
All right, so Athos,
Oh
as you
shit! Somebody moved too
round-
far.
As you round the corner, you can see that there is some sort of orbous creature, many different tentacles with eyes in them, and it's kind of hovering in space. It's just kind of loosely breathing and making kind of a moaning sound, but it's really quiet. You can only hear it because you're this close to it. It's just kind of there and hovering. Doesn't seem to notice you.
15 eyes and it can't see.
I don't even know what's there yet. So
Tartan approaches. What's going on up there?
Shh. Would Athos even know what that is? I don't know, maybe. I don't think he's ever seen one.
So, I mean, you can roll an Arcana check, you can roll a religion check, right? Whatever you think is going to be best fit here. You know, stick your passive and just roll an intelligence check, right?
What would you like?
12. Whatever it is,
Get
it
those
definitely
rolls out of the way.
looks. Yeah, I mean, it's some creature that is strange to you. It definitely seems like a monstrosity or some sort of aberration in your mind. I'd probably say with the 12, and given perceptions of what you're looking at here, it definitely looks like it's decayed. Its flesh is rotten. Its eyes are like white. The state of the creature is significantly decayed and dead, but yet it moans and still hovers.
Okay, so we have two problems. There's a very scary looking thing over there. And it's also not alive anymore. But not in the not alive like we can just walk past it sense, but like in the not alive and it still probably wants to eat us sort of sense.
So it's undead.
That would be my guess. I hadn't asked it yet.
We can't just go around it?
It's rather wide.
Arius, what's the holdup up there?
Something dead, I don't know.
Doesn't seem to notice you, Sir Duel. Just staring blankly.
Let me take a look.
Hold up. Sorry, approaches. Darius, you see it? Similar description.
It's not making any reaction.
22 Arcana check. This definitely seems, in your eyes, is a creature of the Underdark or Underdwelling, right? If we're going to right into kind of 5th edition D&D terms. With a 22 Arcana, this is referred to as a beholder. This is some sort of magical creature that is able to kind of go through certain cycles of its life. It sits in dark dwellings. It has a little bit of a hunger towards power. It has a balance of things. It likes to maintain kind of this natural kind of forces. That's what you would most likely get from the Wizard's Keep, as well as maybe studying in other places, right? These creatures are not particularly well studied, except for one individual known as Quinferin, which was a wizard of old. Most of their articles and things in the Wizard's Keep were stashed away and locked. Their experiments and things. Quinferin experimented on these creatures. They have this innate magic to them. And even though this creature in your eyes is not what is depicted in the script, not the pictures and the drawings, right? It definitely seems decayed and undead at this point. That does not mean that it does not have some of its magical capabilities, which are extremely potent.
It's likely quite dangerous, but if we all attack at once, we might have a chance before we awaken it or agitate it.
This big guy shifts towards the light. Just begins to hover forward towards it.
I'll be in the back for this one.
I'm sure.
Don't look it in the eye. Zzz.
Stops.
Darius, let me stay behind you here to make sure there's nothing bad back here.
I'm going to range 60 feet. I'm going to cast.
Cast a spell.
I am going to cast a spell.
All right, everyone roll initiatives. Here we go.
Everybody got their backup character?
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Seeing
pretty-
Tartan fall will be all I'll need to survive.
right, everyone rolled up. Oh, my music isn't playing. Hold on. What's happening? Alright. Looks like I'll have to refresh. Give me 1 second. Huh. Okay. Well, I don't know if music is going to play. That's really interesting. All right. We'll just have to go with it. I'll have to fix it while we play. All right. So, Athos, round 1, top of it. You're up.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess. Well, yes. Go and hit it, would you? He's gonna cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
Eye monster.
Looking at the guiding bolt here as it comes through. 16 is going to hit. It does 13 points of radiant damage. And it's going to light it up as it seems to kind of glow with this ethereal aura from the guiding bolt. It also pulls itself back a little bit from that blast.
He will bonus action hide end his turn.
Bonus action hide. Ending turn. You can make an active stealth check then if you're going for an actual hide for your bonus if you'd like. Or I'll take your passive, which one you'd like. I think your passive is a 30.
It's actually one higher, yeah. So.
Yeah, so it's extremely high. All right, well, Taran doesn't really know what it is up ahead, right? Kind of doesn't really know that. So it's really going to be a very Taran thing. It's just going to stride up and look at it. Whoa! That thing is so big, gross! Stares at it. And it's going to fire off a vicious mockery. Because that's exactly what he just did. Mocked it.
Fair.
Fair enough. Let's do another refresh. What's going on with the server right now? That's really struggling. I think anything to roll. There we go. Alright. Looks like it's working now. Okay, so deals 6 points of psychic damage. The creature is going to fail its saving throws. It mocked it. Is then going to take a step back away and go, nope, 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 not having that. Sir Dougal, you're up next.
I'm gonna cast Conjure Animals,
Okay.
which will cancel my right, of course.
It'll cancel your pass out trace.
I'm gonna choose a CR2 creature, so one creature, a polar bear, and that it will appear behind it.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get it configured.
And then does it?
So So it has its own initiative, so you have to roll its initiative. So you're casting it for the CR there to get one creature out with the Conjure Animals. As you kind of hold it your hands, wrapping around this magical energy, throw it outwards, and kind of the sprite almost appears in that space behind, and then that polar bear is going to form. So what you need to do is actually roll its initiative. It's going to have its own initiative, and it will go when it's turn. So get that rolled up. That's going to be your action to conjure it, so it appears in space. You still have movement and bonus action left.
I'm gonna spend my movement and get into a pincery position. And bonus action rage?
Bonus action rage. Okay, sounds good. All right, so we're going to end your turn there. We're going to now come to the creature that's now pincered. Seems to be very unaware. But you've ended the pass out trace and sees as you charge upwards. Looks down in your direction. As it does, it fires off a greenish beam into your direction. You're going to succeed on a 17 con save as the effects of some sort of paralysis began to overcome as you're hit in the center chest by the beam as it spiral off these tendrils of some green energy. It then just sits there. Just kind of moans at you. Nereus, you're up next.
Go kill it quickly, Ares. Alright.
Popping off the haste. All right, polar bear is up. Okay.
Targeting. And then multi means one of each, right?
Yeah, so you get one of each with the polar bear. You do have the first attack, which has the advantage from the guiding bolt. Then you also have advantage from the flank, so you can hold down whatever key it is on your laptop for the advantage.
Why doesn't this show? So I clicked on...
You want to click on the polar bear, and then the actual hotbar will change to that character.
Oh, there it goes. Got it.
All right, first strike comes out with the advantage 20. It's going to strike 6 points of piercing damage as you bite down onto the Orbish creature at the back left side, kind of rip off a large chunk of its flesh. It's red and brown and decayed as it rots out of the mouth of the bear. Then the bear is going to go in for a claw strike, so you can make claw strike as the next action.
And is it? Are we flanking the bear?
You are
and
flanking, yeah. So you have the advantage.
Terrific.
So Conjure Animals can indeed flank because they can be targeted, they can be hit, so they're definitely flanking or allowed to flank. So 19 advantage there is going to hit 12 points of slashing damage as it claws into the back, now rising up its hind legs and comes through a large kind of gashing strike, rips into the flesh. It doesn't bleed, this creature, just rips apart more and more of its Orbish structure. Ares, you're up next.
Holy crap, I feel awesome. Run up here.
Okay.
And I am going to take my first attack, of course, at
Okay.
the creature.
All right. So you're hasty. You have twice as much move speed. You have bonuses to your armor class, and you can also take 3 strikes. Nat 20 for the first one coming off. 26 points of piercing damage. The arrow lands dead center in the eye, funks into it, and disappears into its flesh. It goes that deep into the rotten flesh. You take another arrow out, and you go in for your second strike for your extra. Natural 1. Thou giveth, thou taketh.
Oh,
universe
hold on. I'm going to
speaks.
use my bonus action. Oh, I can't. There's no other creature.
There's
Never
no other
mind.
targets.
Never mind. Yep.
So just a bad miss. You kind of you're hasted, so you're moving supernaturally quick, and you just are not used to it, right? You take the second arrow out, and then you string it, but then you pull back too quickly, and it kind of zings off at the skidding on the top side of the ceiling and then back into the backdraft. Not that you can't recover that arrow, it just is a bad miss. All right, so now we have the hasted action, which can be one attack, it could be a couple other things, right? Which I assume you're going to take just fire to their arrow off.
Yeah, I'm going to fire another arrow. Kind of what I do, you know?
All right. All right, so 15 is going to hit the creature. It deals a total of 23 points of damage as again you land into the center eye, which is this massive eye at the center top of the structure. It's almost half of the orb on the sphere on the side. So you land that arrow in, and it kind of thunks in. This one sticks out, and it doesn't make any sort of emotions or anything. It's just kind of it's kind of moaning louder and kind of shifting its weight, but it's not moving very quickly or seems to be phased by the damage.
Haste is double movement, right? So 35.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
so you have
quickly
twice as much movement.
come back here out of range. Holy shit, Nereus, whatever you did is great. This is awesome.
What I
given
do
him a drug
usually
problem.
is.
All right, Athos, you're up next.
It's going to peek back out. Wow, okay, that is a large bear. I assume he has advantage. He's going to throw a dagger from being hidden.
Yes, you have advantage from the hide, so you have you're essentially a surprise or an unseen
Right.
attacker to this creature, so you have advantage for the first strike.
Yes, he is going to check a dagger.
All right, so 22 with the advantage. There's 7 points of piercing damage. It is going to land into the Arbor's flesh of the eye. Again, massive target. It's not really moving very quickly. Additional 18 points of the sneak attack damage. It's going to be 25 total points. As it is seems to kind of go into the ground as it lands. Kind of goes to the side very quickly, and then it seems to moan and almost pick itself back up.
Right, okay, that is, killing it's not good enough. Maybe we should burn it or something. And he's going to bonus action hide again.
Okay. All right, we're going to end your turn there. Come to Tard. Burn it. I'll try. Comes forward. Looks up, fires off a firebolt. It's the fire that they have. Someone light a torch. Very literally. 11! No! Tarded! Horrible! Missed! +7 modifier. Come on, what is this?
This
You
is
don't have to roll
Tartan.
it hard that
So far,
hard.
it's about the same as having Deuceums here, to be honest.
That's very true. Then it's going to look towards Sir Dougal. Well, I missed. You got this. You'll do good. Pumps it out. Gives him a D8 bardic inspiration. Then sidesteps back to
Ooh.
where they were before. Sir Dougal, you're up next.
Just gonna take a stab at it with my Captain Keylutyan's rapier.
Okay.
I am
Bardically
not
inspired.
gonna use. Can I
hit the
just
X
A-
at the top right? Yep.
just
close the
exit
window
out of
out.
it?
Yep. Getting the advantage there from the flank. 24 is going to connect. Deals 11 points of piercing damage as it thunks in. And as you stab into the central eye, it just picks itself up. You stab it directly in the eye once more. You pull it out like a plunger. It kind of throws out some of its flesh, and it's unmoving. It does not move, and combat is over.
Okay, it's dead.
Are you sure?
No.
It seemed to poke it with a stick.
Okay. I stab it again.
Going for a stab. Kind of squishes it into the flesh,
seems-
twists the blade around.
Seems pretty dead now. Seems normal. Dead. Normal dead.
How much does it
If
weigh?
it's-
How much does the creature weigh?
Is that a philosophical question?
Yeah, I would say you probably guess because it does have a lot of water. It could be maybe 400 pounds.
Well, he'll use his ring of telekinesis to like lift it up and move it out of the way, so we don't have to like scooch by it.
Oh, is that bear friendly? There's a rather large bear.
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, if you wanted to ride him, then maybe that's a bad idea. Yes, he's friendly.
Athos will take some, not long, but do a cursory examination of the thing to see if it has anything on it, maybe to try and understand if it's just a basic ass zombie or if there's something weird going on.
Athos, while you're looking at that, grab my arrows out of there, please. I would greatly appreciate it.
You sure you want them back?
Yes, they're in rare supply right now.
Gross. Okay.
Okay. Stick your hand in and grab the arrows out. Arrows, you can add your 3 arrows back. You can make an investigation check here to try to get more information. 24 points of investigation. Definitely is an undead creature, right? There's no blood flowing through its veins. It whatever heart or whatever organs that this creature has is not pumping or mainly desiccated at this point. There's some magic that's keeping it in this state and allowing it to thrive. And it seems odd as well, its size. It's a very large creature to be in such a tight tunnel and corridor. It's almost like intentionally placed. That's what you can get with the 24.
Right. Yeah. Not that many more of those. Also, I hope it stays dead because it's behind us now. Shall we carry on?
Well, sure, but which way is on?
The way that isn't the way that we came.
But the tunnel only continues to the east, and it still has the same roughly ceiling height, and it goes into the darkness, and you don't hear any sort of audible sounds. Tartan looks...
Gluttony bear.
You still want me to burn it?
It may not be a
Honestly,
bad idea, actually.
Not a bad idea.
But I have seen this before in caves. The flames and the smoke, well, more the smoke and the smell could become overwhelming.
Tartan creates fire in the hands. Oh, you don't want me to do this?
I don't know. I'm not the smartest one here. I'll leave it to somebody that's smart. But I'm just saying smoke and smell could be a problem.
Okay. All right. Let's see how it is.
Problem for another day.
The other day. All right. Moving on. So you begin to head in the eastern direction down the tunnel. All right. So at this point, it's been a decent amount of time. Roughly half an hour has passed by, right, that you have been traversing. The light spell Nereus has subsided. Are you attempting to always have this on?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to make sure the effect is on every time we make a transition or advance time. I'm just going to keep
Just
putting it
assume
back.
I have it on if it's dark.
Yeah,
It's a safe
exactly.
assumption.
Yep. Safe assumption.
I'm just curious. Is that a cantrip for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I never played a caster, so I have no clue about
As
magic stuff.
magical as creating light and powerful seems to be, it is a cantrip.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of cantrips in 5e are kind of crazy, to be honest.
Yeah, but light has always been a cantrip
That's true.
in D&D.
So you begin to hear, after this half hour of travel, you begin to hear the sounds of shifting rock, an additional of those little moans. And you kind of come into a visible range of space, and you immediately stop. It would seem that the tunnel is opening up. There's pillars, and there's some sort of creature. And Sir Dougal, you're the one right at the lead that I have you here based on the order of moving. And you could just barely make out that there is some sort of medium-sized humanoid, kind of undead, zombified creatures. And they have pickaxes and they're just like striking rock. Over and over and
I am going to get a little bit closer and signal to the bear to charge. And the both of us go running in.
Okay.
Looks like
So
we're going to fight.
What
your
is going on?
So your conjure animals is still up because it lasted an hour, right? So your bear is with you as you trudge through. You have the bear in front of you or to the side of you. We'll just assume that, and you go and charge forward. As you do, you can see there is another of these creatures over here. It immediately notices your presence, and it seems to then begin to glow with this very dim purplish light as it emanates from its structure. Kind of anticipation that you kind of made way. Now, as you charge forward, I need everyone to roll initiatives immediately. That's kind of where we're going to be headed here. So I'm going to make sure that you can roll it.
Our initiative's awful.
Yeah, not looking well for that.
We're all gonna die.
Okay. The reason why I'm doing this is I'm going to give a description of Sir Dougal a little bit more, because Sir Dougal, you're getting more light too in space, as well as Athos is, as you've passed through, and now everyone really gets that light from the creature that's emitting it. So, what is happening to you, Sir Dougal, is in front of you. There seems to be 4 of these humanoid creatures as you charge forward, roll your initiative. There's carts at their backsides. They're loading bits and pieces of rock into those carts. And this rock patch here that's around there is technically total cover. So it goes all the way up to that 10-foot ceiling height. They're essentially like pillars. There is gaps in between them, like natural formations and things, but they're kind of intentionally clearing out the space. And this might be just where they're at. And they're just slowly chipping away at it. And I mean slow as fuck. It's like a snail. I mean, it's crazy how slow they're moving. You almost anticipate. So you're charging forward with the bear. Then the creature lights up. You can see it. It's a skull, kind of tiny, hovering. You faced that before. And then at the backside, 2 of those Orbis undead beholder creatures. We're going to go ahead and begin combat there with one of the creatures at the rock mining it. I'm going to take your passive stealth as you charge forward. That creature doesn't move. The next one doesn't move either. They don't detect you as you run forward through Dougal. Ares, you're up next.
I'm going to move up about 20 feet. And I assume at this point now I see everything that I can, and I see Sir Dougal charging in. Well, I'm going to do what I do here, and I'm going to target that first guy there.
Okay. All right, 21 is going to hit. You land for 18 points of piercing damage into the back of its head with a large chunk. Takes the blue. Oh, sways side to side. Still alive.
And I'm going to hit it again.
Okay. You
I
fire
hope.
enough for another arrow here. Natural 1 coming through.
Bonus action. I can target something within 60 feet of it.
Yep. Curve the shot.
So I'm going to target his buddy next to him, and I have to re-roll for that.
Correct. You can just roll a flat d20, or you can roll an arrow and just keep track of your consumables.
I'll just roll an arrow and put one back in.
Sounds good. All right, 24. That is going to hit, so you miss and kind of curve it around, kind of zipping at 20 points of piercing damage. That's going to land into the right side of the neck of the creature as it missed the target and curved over.
Oh, there it is. And then that will end my turn.
All right, we now come to the bear.
He's definitely gonna run into. I'm assuming he has 30 feet of movement, and he's gonna move to about here and attack this guy.
Okay. Your bear has 40 feet of movement, so you charge forward, wrapping around the pillar there. It's a tight space for the bear. It also has total cover from the creatures to the right flank. So you go in for a bite here, 26, going into the body of this creature, ripping it apart. Half of its body is like ripped off of it as you munch down, and it seems to kind of chew and munch at the body, and the lower legs just fall down to the ground.
Does multi-attack? It has to be on the same creature.
No, it does not.
Oh, even better. He'll step over the dead corpse.
If that was the case, then a multi-attack of a dragon would probably kill you instantly. All right, 26, 12 points of slashing damage as you come across.
Oh, I meant to target. Sorry, I meant to target.
Oh, I can see it. Yeah, that's fine. 12 points of piercing, slashing damage to come across, whipping the claw strike. You smash the body 15 feet to the left at bits and pieces. It's unmoving and is dead as well.
And that was 25. He'll move another 10 feet-ish. What's the... I guess he'd have to move around the carts.
You can go over the carts. The carts are small enough for the bear to transition over.
Okay, terrific. 35, 40 feet-ish. Perfect.
Okay.
And then I will end my own turn.
Oh, here we go. All right. And in turn, the growls of the bear, one of the creatures floating begins to kind of move in that direction. As it does, it hovers over. I'm going to have to move back just a little bit because it doesn't have a whole lot of move speed. It goes about 20 feet in that hover position. As it does, it looks towards the bear and fires off a bluish ray. As it fires
Oh
off,
my god.
sends it into the direction of the bear. This bluish, kind of purplish beam as it extends outwards, it changes color, smashes in. The bear is actually going to succeed with a 14 con save. However, it still takes 19 points of necrotic damage. Bits and pieces of the fur begin to blacken, the skin begins to rot off of it. The creature just moans. Athos, you're up next.
Okay, this is not pretty. I recommend proceeding with caution. Athos is going to become invisible.
Okay.
And then, well, so this wins. And I suppose bonus action hide if necessary. He's invisible. I don't know if that matters, but
So-
he's end his turn.
Yeah, when you go into invisible, basically it allows disadvantage if something is trying to perceive you by sight. These
Right.
creatures are not particularly perceptive, it seems like.
They're
So
kinda
when you go,
blind,
when you go invisible, you just kind of get behind the pillar. You can make an active stealth check if you want, but if not, I take the hide as just taking your passive stealth at that point.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. So Chard is going to do what Chard does best. Going to charge forward. Oh! Shit! It looks over in the direction. Goes off for a hypnotic pattern.
Tartan.
Come on! That's, I feel like Tartan sends out hypnotic patterns all the time. That's like the go-to, right? All right. So the
They're
two
undead,
creatures
Tartan.
are going to fail as it comes through. Just want to make sure of one thing with the skull. Okay, the skull is not. The skull succeeds, but does also immune to the effect. The two floating orbish creatures are not immune to the effect, and they do succumb to it. The creatures that are kind of zombified, right, the dwarvish kind of size, they both have failed as well. They're incapacitated and charmed condition. As it sends it outwards, Tartan kind of yells out, setting up the hand, strumming maybe an instrument, right? That begins to create that fairy-like light, that dizzying, hallucinating type effects. These creatures seem to succumb to it very easily. They don't have to, they're kind of drawn into the sights and the sounds of the hypnotic pattern as it emanates outwards, and they're kind of caught and dazed by it. Tartan kind of sidesteps now, using the remainder of its movement speed, looks towards you, Nereus. You were saying? So, this creature is befell to the hypnotic pattern. As such, it does not get a saving throw. Just kind of sits there in that stupor. But the skull is in this space, and it has seen that this is a kind of occurred. It then is going to look in the direction of Sir Dougal has charged forward and fires off a fireball into that space right on Sir Dougal.
Oh, Christ.
As it sends it outwards, it hits down with a small seed, then grows and explodes outwards. The bear takes the blow. The pillar shakes. The room vibrates. Again, only 10-foot ceiling height. This is going to create a massive amount of kind of shaking and debris as it kind of falls down. Fortunately, there are many different pillars in this room, and that's really supporting the space. Now, going through the saving throws here, it looks like everyone has saved besides Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal, you have an 11, which is going to be a failure, and that is going to be a total of 30 points of damage for you, and then 15.
I have,
and then with
evasion,
evasion,
so I
yeah,
see.
with evasion, I'm going to put the 15 back to you because you've succeeded ducking around the pillar coming from the back left side. You can maybe hunker down using the cover and then whipping back around with the invisibility. That is going to be the creature's turn. The creature makes no movement at all and kind of now cackles, snapping its jaw and moving it wildly. Nereus, you are up next.
Oh, that's this.
That's correct. That's exactly what casted the fireball. It's still cackling, still got flame in its mouth, and seems almost like joyous that it did such a thing.
All right, and is this the same skulls we are? Looks the same as what we fought upstairs.
Correct. It's the same flaming skull at the back of the head. It's tiny in size. It's just kind of floating, giving off that purplish light, and it's just kind of making its mouth in gestures, and that snapping is what's making noise.
Were those immune to his razor water? I can't remember if he threw one out that.
I believe you did. You did, and they are immune to cold damage.
Okay, I thought so, but I couldn't
Yeah.
remember.
They also have other
Thank you.
resistances that happen in that fight, so they seem to be
Yeah.
kind of magically resistant.
Magically delicious.
All right, well, since our fearless Tardan thinks he's got everything under control,
Oh no.
I mean, yeah, he's just gonna cast Mage Armor on himself.
All right. I have an effect for that. Should automatically put on. Yeah, it does. Cool. Oh, it's a really cool effect. Oh, that's so dope. All right. Sir Dougal.
Run to here,
Okay.
and then bonus action, rabbit hop
Okay.
to here.
Okay. Boing. Hop over. Slap down.
And then I'm going to recklessly attack the caster.
Okay. I'll put the reckless in. You don't have to hold down for advantage. Just automatically do it for you.
Jesus.
9 with the advantage. Recklessly swing. The skull kind of sidesteps out of the way. You just stab directly into the ear. You pull the rapier back. Cackles at you, mocking you.
I'm sure. And that's the end of my turn.
End of your turn. Creature still at incapacitated state, has not taken any damage or whatnot. Does not get a saving throw. Same thing with this. Ares, you're up next.
Excuse me. I'm going to step here where I can see this creature, and I'm going to target the one that Sir Dougal is on here. And I'm going to hit it.
It's the only two numbers you roll.
20. Critically hit.
A
One.
1 or a 20, man. I don't roll anything in between.
Damage. As you deal that, the creature is going to shake out of it immediately upon taking damage. As it moans from the air, lighting into its central eye.
Yep, and it's going to get one more.
Okay. 22 is going to connect. That deals 18 points of piercing damage as it lands now into one of the actual tentacles that's now writhing around. Kind of get an arrow into that. And it pulls itself back and retracts.
And let's see. That is. Can't really do anything else. Not going to use that yet. Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, now we come to the polar bear.
The bear is going to try to... I don't really know if he can fit in that space. But he's going to try and make his way around to this side.
Okay, it can fit there, but it cannot squeeze through.
It can't get to flanking.
No, it cannot. It's too big.
So he'll just target that beholder and multi-attack.
All right, coming for a multi-attack, biting first, and then a claw strike. 24 with the bite, a 15 for the claw. Both are going to strike through, ripping into the flesh for a total of 25 points of damage as it comes through, biting into one of the tentacles, pulling it down to the ground, ripping off of it, and then coming for a claw, swings it through central. The creature then here is now actually going to fire upon the bear, which is grappling it. It looks in the direction of Ares because it's just fired off arrows into its central eye as well as another tentacle, showcasing that the creature, even though it is undead, might have some recursor of its intelligence. It's then going to fire off a greenish beam into your direction.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe I should have gone behind a pillar or something.
15 deck save, barely dodging out of the way. The creature is
Oh!
slow moving as it fires off. That save is easy, right? Because it's kind of slow. You're able to kind of see it sizing it up and fires off the green beam. ducking out of the way of it, splashes into the backdrop of the wall, and it disintegrates bits and pieces of the stone as it channels the ray. It was a
Shit.
disintegration ray. That could have been very bad. Ending turn. Aethos, you're next.
Oh, this is going splendid. Right, still invisible. Into this space. And he is going to cast Bane on the two eye monsters and the flaming skull.
Okay.
Hold on, I gotta target something.
Yeah, so you can just target. I can roll manually too. Whatever. You can also shift T the targets and then use Bane, and it'll automatically do it.
Oh, can you do that? I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, you can. If you hold down Shift and hit T, it'll actually group them together, and then you can click the spell. All right. So the two creatures, the two beholder undead, they have failed. They have shown that kind of that shadowish bane, that energy now incorporates through. That actually does not impact the condition of incapacitation. It seems like the other one, the backdrop isn't moving, so that's interesting because it's still kind of dazzling in the hallucinations that are around. The skull has saved and looks into your direction, also noticing that you might have casted that. Looks and kind of snaps its eyes towards you. Maybe now you are almost like a focus point to it.
And he's going to move behind the bear and bonus action hide in his turn.
All right. So
He's
using
gonna
the
try
cover
and
of the
hide
bear,
behind the bear.
right? Grabbing a leg, the skull is kind of hovering, trying to look for you. It doesn't see you. Now we come to Tardan. Tardan looks towards you, Nereus. Smiles. Yep.
He's just not looking anywhere in his direction.
Is then going to move 10 feet and then fire off a firebolt in the direction of the eye monster. Natural 1. That's so great. This is
I
typical
did
stuff.
see that.
Just a bad miss as it does, it cracks into the wall. So you kind of grab the hand, shaking it off. Ooh, carpal tunnel. Ah, ooh, ah. It kind of sidesteps back. Happens. Looks towards you.
Not to me.
All right, we come to the skull's turn now in combat here. Sir Dougal, you're kind of faced towards it, but it's still looking for Aethos. It's unable to see you with its perception. You're ducking under the legs of the polar bear. It's not able. So instead of actually focusing Sir Dougal, it actually fires off some sort of fire ray in the direction from its mouth at the actual bear. Fires the ray into the bear. As it does, the bear gets hit for 14 points of fire damage and is unconjured and dissolved. You're no longer concentrating on the bear. And then now, Aethos, you have no cover. You're just kind of standing there. It looks cackles, showcasing that the skull itself might have some intelligence as well. Nereus, you're up next.
Well, needs to try and kill this beholder. Don't know if it's immune to cold. We'll find out.
Nice, 22. Sending off the burst of the water, freezing many different tentacles as it splashes through, sharding. 12 points of cold damage is dealt, and the creature takes all of it. So Dougal, you're up next.
I see there's another rage. There's a second rage widget in my menu. Is that to avoid posting the wall of text?
No, I do not believe it is. I believe that it is for a active condition to make it more permanent in that way. So I'm not particularly sure. I've seen it come up.
Is there a
now.
way to click on it without posting it?
I can click it for you. It's fine. You want to rage?
Well, how do you do it without posting it?
Because in MIDI, I actually don't have it dispel. I don't have it like display my stuff, so it just doesn't. It just doesn't display the text.
Oh.
The only way
It
that we
posts
can
it to you.
Yeah, I can do that really quick, actually. What I'll do is I'll just change the stat block here. I'll just remove that completely.
Because I don't want you to have to keep clicking it for me, but I also don't want to post all that text every time.
Yeah,
which
no,
is
I
like
got you.
insane.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to remove it.
Yeah, you could always just edit it and delete it from the text.
Oh, what do you mean? Like go into the feature in
Just
my
into the
character
ability
sheet or
and
whatever?
just right click, hit
Right.
edit, and then just clear out all of it or whatever you
Yeah.
don't want to paste.
It's clear now, so go ahead and click it, and it should not display any text.
Let's see. Boom, baby.
Nice.
Perfect.
All right, so I still have you recklessly swinging, which I assume.
Yeah, I'll stay reckless. Yeah, absolutely. Duh. Yeah, back at the beholder, which is like seems to be hurting.
All right. Multiple different pieces of its flesh ripped apart. Also, your bear's gone there, so you switch over to the beholder. 25 points, 13 points of piercing damage. You stab it directly into the center eye. And as you stab it into the center eye, you can see it begin to arise, but then the bane kind of shadows, and it kind of just stops and is unmoving.
And I'm gonna move to here and end my own turn.
All right, ending turn. This one is still incapacitated and charmed, such as this one. They have no saving throw, no tell damage and whatnot is taken. Ares, you're up next.
So I'm kind of seeing everybody, everybody move up. So I'm gonna move up a little bit. Do I see this other one here?
You do, yeah. It's still kind of behind the pillar, but it's large, right? So it's poking out.
It does it or does it not have full cover? That's the only thing I'm kind of worried about. I don't think it does.
It's going to have half cover, which is a very small modifier. It'll be -2.
I should ignore that though with sharpshooter, right?
That's correct, yeah. So
Yeah, half and 3/4.
Yeah. Why are we even talking about cover here, Dustin? You ignore all of it.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't full cover.
No, that's what I'm saying. It pokes out a little bit, right? It's enough
Yeah.
to shoot at for you. Yeah.
All right, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and take a shot at it because once again it's what I do.
I love it. 8.
Well, I
Ooh.
avoided the 1 this time.
Yeah, avoid the 1. 8 is not going to land. It's going to strike into the pillar, which is just a mistime shot. Going for the second arrow, firing off. It's going to be an
Man.
11. That's going to miss as well. Same place. Kind of trying to get it into the sweet spot, the center of the orb, but you have to negate. You kind of have to avoid that pillar, and you're just not doing that.
Are you curving one of those? Is that
I mean-
skull?
Where's this? I don't see a skull.
In front of me.
I can't see it though. The only thing I could curve it to is one of these guys.
No, it's
They
like
didn't-
right behind Harrison.
Oh shit, that's so
you can't
small.
see that?
It's
Oh
a
my
skull.
no, I was zooming.
That's the thing that exploded you the first time.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no! I thought no, I had no idea. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna curve a bonus action to the
With
skull.
With the
Honestly,
art-
I was zoomed so far out I couldn't see it.
with the
Sorry,
top-down
it's my-
token is too good.
It's my first time on my home PC. Okay, guys, give me a break here.
It's a tiny skull. It's a small top-down
All
token.
right,
It makes sense.
so one of those I'll replace the arrow, but one of those is gonna curve bonus action to the skull,
Okay, so
and
yeah,
I'm
15,
rolling like shit now.
Yeah, 15 is going to hit. There is resistance to the piercing
Oh.
damage, so it's only going to take 8 of the 17, but it does land. Chips at the top side of the skull. Kind of gets hit by it.
Aha! I hit something. That's all. And then I will end my turn.
All right, 8th is your next.
All right, he will move into position. Just about enough of this one.
All right, taking position of the flank here with Sir Dougal. Rapier comes to first strike. 23 is going to connect. 9 points of piercing damage. It's going to resist that to 4, but you tack on the sneak attack, driving through one of the eye holes there for additional 13, so 17 total points of damage to the skull. Takes it and kind of wrinkle the rapier, kind of throwing it around a little bit. And you let go of it and it just kind of hovers itself, bits and pieces of the skull missing.
So 5, 10, 15. Yeah, he'll just stay there. The thing's going to blast him anyway. That'll end his turn.
All right, Tartan's up next. All right, Tartan's going to step forward.
Come on, Tartan.
Oh, what is Tartan going to do? Let's see. Oh, what? You have this as a cantrip? When did
Don't.
that happen?
Suck.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like that's what Tartan would do at this point. Gonna send out a Mind Sliver at the Flaming Skull.
It's just Mike rolling against himself now.
That's really what it is here. That's really what it is.
It's the only
Okay.
man who can play dungeons by himself.
All right, so the creature has failed with its saving throw. It takes 6 points of psychic damage from the Mind Silver as it was sent outwards, kind of shrieking through the air and then vibrating towards the creature. And we'll subtract a d4 from the next saving throw it makes before the end of the turn there for Tartan. Then kind of takes a step back, still trying to get cover and maintain itself in the corridor, or the tunnel, I should say. All right, we now come to the skull. So the skull is kind of somewhat surrounded right now. It's kind of looking and it's kind of cackling, it's vibrating, it's moving. But Athos, you've come out of the shadow work and it's very interested in that. And so it fires off directly in front of you. It's going to fire off a ray here. I'm going to roll the d20 again because it does have disadvantage for being in melee. Just to see. Yeah, 2. So it is going to miss. So as it does, sending with the disadvantage because it's a melee, this is a ranged attack. It fires off the ray. And you're able to kind of sidestep and grab the skull with your hands a little bit, right? And kind of shift it and fire it off behind you and then throw it back into its space. And that's going to be the end of its
Sorry,
turn.
Ares.
Ares, you're up next.
Hear an audible sigh.
There isn't that much you can really do.
Tell it how disappointed you are in it.
It already knows. Yeah, I mean, he'll just... Well, I guess he can dash.
All right, Sir Dougal, you're up next.
We are going to swing for the fences.
Okay.
Jim
10.
crickets.
Wow, even with advantage, that's going to be a miss. It's just kind of sliding,
Brutal.
moving, dodging. You're kind of going for a stab, but you aren't able to make the mark.
I'm going to bonus action wild shape. And then end my turn.
All right, Ares, you're up next.
I'm just gonna stay on the skull, I think, since I can now see it.
Okay. 16 is going to connect. 24 points of piercing damage. That is going to land directly dead center of its eye. Does not matter resistance. It thugs in. Skull hits by the arrow, smashes into the pillar to just the back left of it, and then breaks apart in bits and pieces of skull.
One down. Gonna go back to this guy and shoot another arrow at him.
Okay. All right,
Oh!
after second arrow, 14 is not going to land.
Okay, no more little tiny skulls around.
No more
Nope.
little tiny skulls around.
All right. Yeah. So that's it's gonna be Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a hide behind the pillar here for a little cover, and then that's gonna.
End your turn there. Athos, you're up next.
Was this one's turn? Is that flanking? Do I need to move one more over?
Depends on the target of Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal has to declare it. If Sir Dougal's going to come after the creature, then you can have a flank off, but both of you have to be working together on the same target.
For the record, Dougal says,
Do you turn and face?
just to clarify.
Yeah.
No, I want to eat the
can,
zombies
I will.
first.
Okay.
It's in my economy to do, I will.
Okay. Sir Dougal is declared, so go ahead and roll with the advantage. 16, that is going to hit, yeah. It's no longer charmed or incapacitated. It seems to arise. Takes 10 with the piercing and then 12, so 22 total as you take the advantage of its incapacitated state in the flank and kind of go into its central eye, up left, into the interior cavity of a kind of an ear hole of its flesh, and kind of coming through it with a rapier, twisting the blade, sliding it out. And the creature now kind of moves and moans.
Well, these things are gross. That will end his turn.
right, we now come to Tarn. Tarn's going to move 10, then another 10, get right behind you, Ares. What's going on up there? Kind of look towards you and goes, sidestep. Fires off a firebolt in the direction of the creature. 26 is going to hit. Deals 11 points of fire damage to it. Then it's going to take the remainder of its movement speed and dodge back into total cover behind you, Ares. Alright, that creature is incapacitated still. Darius, you're up next. Dan! No! That's not gonna land. You fire off your ray of water, bits, pieces of cold damage, and shards of that pressure smashes into the pillar and kind of breaks apart some of the stonework, but it does not land towards the target. Alright, Sir Dougal, you're up next in your bear form. Coming in for the bite with the advantage and then the claw strike. So we have a 23 with the bite that's going to land, and a nat 20 for the claws.
Let's go.
Comes through. 13 and 27. Wow, that's a lot of damage from the bear. Jeez. So 40 total points of damage as you bite and snarl at it, ripping bits and pieces of its flesh off. The creature's still alive, but you're kind of pulling it down a little bit and you let it go, and multiple pieces of its eye tentacles and its flesh are missing, and just
Get
moans
mauled.
at you.
And I'll end my own turn.
Okay, ending your own turn. Now looks in the direction of you, Sir Dougal, as you just kind of went at it. It then is going to fire a ray out in your direction. Right. It is going to fire off a reddish beam at you as it sends it outwards into your direction. It connects into your flesh, and you have to make a wisdom saving throw. I have you at a 12. That is the same modifier. That's not the same modifier.
I don't think so. Do I use my... I guess I use mine, right? I rolled a 10.
You retain your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores, and you also retain your skill and saving throw proficiencies.
Was 3, so I guess it would be
You'll
just
do
one more,
3.
13.
Well, you have proficiency in wisdom saving throws, right? You do not.
I don't
No.
think I
Don't.
do.
It's
Yeah,
because he
so-
didn't start as a druid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It started as Barb, yeah.
So it's a 13.
13. Yeah, it's just one more. 13.
Okay. Let me make
I
sure
think,
something.
if I'm doing it correctly.
All right, you have failed. You are in a frightened condition. This is just something that kind of paralyzes you in fear. Doesn't mean you can't attack the target, but you'll have disadvantage. You can't also come anywhere closer to the target, as the kind of creature in front of you, many of the eyes are now erupting and shaking vibrantly. There's like hallucination type effect to your bear form. You're pulling yourself back. You're just frightened by it. You can still attack, like I said, you just can't come closer to the target. That's going to be the end of the creature's turn. Now come to Ares.
I will peek out from behind the pillar, assume I still see it there, and I will take a shot at it.
All right, 17 is going to connect. 24 total points of piercing damage. That is going to land. The creature does not get back up. As you send out the arrow into the direction of the large eye, it kind of pulls itself back a little bit, thunks in, then kind of flies back into Athos a little bit. Athos kind of duck underneath it and kind of maybe skirtle, kind of go on all fours and kind of scuttle underneath it, and then it goes into the wall and then slops and just slides down. It doesn't move anymore. We now are at a little bit of a crossroads here, as there's really only 2 of these creatures left, and they're in this incapacitated state, and they're just kind of mindlessly numbing. Ares, what do you do?
Are we gonna kill these guys or leave them?
What do you mean leave them?
Okay, so I guess we're killing them.
All right, killing
Well,
them.
what do you
it
mean?
is.
I
Still in
mean-
combat.
I don't just mean to challenge you. I meant like, really?
Harrison, you're still in a bear. You're still a bear.
Also, do you speak?
Roar! All I hear is Harrison going, roar! 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 All right.
I should have picked a different class.
All right, so I'm gonna shoot the I'll shoot the guy closest to Nereus here,
Okay.
I think. Hopefully it
Sounds
doesn't roll
good.
twice.
I only got one roll coming from you. 18
Okay.
is going to connect. 18 points of piercing damage to the creature. And the kind of back center chest is now It slowly moves to the pickaxe in hand.
Yeah, that'll end my turn. I'll just stay right there. But my combat tracker, there we go.
All right, I got you. No worries. Athos,
I don't
it's
know.
your turn.
Yeah, it doesn't show in turn anymore. I don't know why. Oh, because you already clicked on it.
I
Never mind.
already clicked on it for you.
Yep.
If you all want to do it, you can.
Nope.
I'm already on the turn tracker making things happen. Sorry.
I do it if I remember. If not, then I'm good with you clicking on it.
Okay, cool. Athos, it's your turn. The Bane is no longer up, right? There's no creatures that are sustained by that spell, and so your concentration thereby ends.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're cleaning up then. He'll just throw a dagger at the zombie down there.
As it moans and looks in your direction, the dagger thunks into its central head. It gets hit by it and flops back.
Yeah, he would just duck back over here and his turn.
Tardan's going to move, charging forward. Stop, look at the creature, fire off, firebolt. 10 is going to connect. Deals 16 points of fire damage. And as they charged up and they yelled, kind of lets out a little bit of a kind of a jovial, a little bit of a smile, and sends it out. It sits inside her chest, and the creature's kind of woke and turns looks, and he goes, stares at it, wide-eyed a little bit. I got this. No worries. Chuckles a little bit and grabs the rapier out. It's me another turn. Side steps forward, comes at Tardan, goes in for a slam. Gotta let it happen. 11 is gonna miss. Tardan sidesteps and gets out of the way. Nereus, you're up next. Tardan's pulling themselves back. Oh, gonna get bit on the shoulder, grabbing the rapier, kind of letting out a little bit of a cry. 20 attack is gonna land. 5 points of cold damage. It's gonna thunk into the shoulder. That is not enough to take out the. You rip off the side of the body of the creature, like the arm and half of the chest. The creature's there without a pickaxe now. It's kind of dangling its right arm, and it's moaning.
Oh, Tardan, I guess I wasn't strong enough.
All right, Sir Dougal, bear form.
We're going to run up behind him and maul away.
Going in for a maul. 22 bite is going to connect. 22 claw is going to connect. Massive amounts of damage here. 27 total as you come through, ripping apart the creature, with Tardan kind of backtracking, looking in the direction of Nereus, just muttering something out, and then you come swiping across the body, ripping it to shreds in your bear form. That is the end of combat.
Pretty sure Tardan's covered in zombie at this point.
Bear spit and zombie
He just
juice.
runs up and just.
Tardan is then going to use prestidigitation to clean themselves up, sheath the rapier. I had that. I got that. You can collect all of your arrows, Ares. It's fine.
I have to ask, because I don't want to put it in there and have you like,
Get
hey,
back
where'd
to
you?
town. Why don't you just buy some more arrows?
Okay, so first off, I'm working on making them myself. Okay, so I won't have to worry about it anymore. Second off, we tried in town when you weren't there, and I bought some +1s that I don't want to use right now because they were very
These
expensive.
arrows are sentimental.
They have meaning. They're the ones that Tardan gave me.
I would discard those. They're probably cursed.
I knew that was coming.
Right, well, Ethos will begin to search the zombies to see if they had pockets.
Okay, you can make an investigation check. The corridor of the tunnel actually continues in the eastern direction. There's kind of a bit of a wind here that you're now that you're in the space and not in combat. You have a little bit of a wind coming from the eastern tunnel that's coming towards you, suggesting there might be an outlet or kind of an area, maybe boreholes or something. But it's you're getting that kind of feeling here. Now, with a natural 20 with investigation check 29, you go through. These creatures do actually have pockets fleshed out, and you're able to grab into some of them, albeit rotten. Your hands are getting sticky and muck, but you're able to kind of grab in, and you collect roughly 17 gold pieces. But beyond that, there's not much else in their pockets. It's really just kind of personal. Maybe there's a little bit of kind of hard candy or kind of a trinket of some kind. A golden ring is there, but it's really kind of corroded and
Werther's
down
Originals.
At this point. Yeah, Werther's Originals. That's right. The ring, but there's not really anything else of value because of how old this creature appears to be. With a natural 20, it seems that this creature has been undead or in this condition for upwards of 1,000 years. So they're really just hanging by a thread.
These poor gentlemen are very, very old. I believe they've been here since, well, the times we read about. That does not bode well for the rest of the dwarves who live here.
I want to try to smell what I can. I'll take 10 feet worth of movement or so, 15, so I'm not on top of Athos, and smell what I can up ahead, if I may.
All right, make a perception check, please.
Athos lets out a massive fart.
Oh my god.
Natural 20. Wow, how many natural 20s can we roll?
Let's
We are
go.
perceptive.
This is a lot of nat 20s here. All right, so we have a 25 perception check, smelling the way. You are able to understand that there is fresh air up ahead, albeit distance is a little bit eluding. I would say, you might have a couple miles here to get to that point. But beyond that, you, as a bear, generally bears actually have a really good detection for like food sources and water and sorts of things. You get the understanding that there is like moisture that you're kind of smelling in your nose a little bit, that there's maybe a water source that is up ahead as well with that nat 20. What that means, who knows? But you don't smell. Is Harrison gone?
He's remote.
Harrison walked away! Did you hear
Wow.
anything I said?
You're right here. I heard everything you said. Moisture. Don't know what
Moisture.
that means necessarily. It could be mildew. It could be a lake. It could be a river.
Yeah.
It could be water elementals. Got it.
Yeah,
I
but you don't
communicate
smell.
exactly none of that to the group because no one can understand me.
Yeah, but you don't smell any of the creatures that you just faced, and you don't smell the rotten flesh or anything up ahead.
Okay, push forward.
Okay. All right.
I'm on mute just for the crinkling sounds, but I'm not.
Yeah, I got you. You're good. All right, so wild shape here. Let me take a look. I think you can wild shape for a good amount of time. An hour passes by of travel here. It tends to be not just a couple more miles, but a decent amount as you're making your way and you're navigating. You begin to hear the sounds of rushing water, such as that of a river or a stream of some kind that begins to emanate out towards you. That you're down the actual corridor or the tunnel that you're able to hear. And for some reason, I'm going to try to refresh again. I don't know what, I think it's a caching issue right now with the audio, but it doesn't like to play. So I'm going to give it a refresh. There it goes. Cool. I'm going to put you all onto this map. I'm going to have it pause. I'm going to give a description of what you're seeing. I've also had to move your token here through because you're still technically a bear at this point, even after the hour has passed. Advance the time clock a little bit. And that's also going to put off your light. There's no reason for that. You're getting plenty of light right now. So what you're hearing up ahead is going to correlate with what you're seeing. Okay, so you're kind of coming outwards into the space. You're being a little bit cautious, trying to maybe what's going on exactly, and you're just hearing the sounds of water that are increasing and the smell of fresh air and the billowing of that. And immediately this tunnel like ends. It just kind of goes out and a sheer drop, and there's like chains that are bolted into the stone flooring to the left and right, and they begin to go down the mountainside. Sir Dougal, you're kind of in this bear form. You're able to see to the left and to the right. The rest of you as well. I'm not gonna, make it so you can't see things. You get a giant bear in front of you, but you have a waterfall and a fishbowl-like effect here. That it seems that there is a waterfall that's going down roughly 400 feet to the north side of this map, and it's coming down and it's throwing into this large fishbowl area. And it's literally just that. It's like a piece of mountain that has been stamped downward. The vertical faces of the mountains are so steep and unclimbable. It's remarkable that even that this exists in this way. It has to be because of some sort of volcanic activity, right? The movement of Earth, right? It's like a depression of some kind. There's no other way that it can be here. There's only one person that has a passive that's actually high enough to be able to kind of understand, is that this particular lake and the mountainside and the way it's depressed is actually forming into the shape of like an appendage, like a foot or a body of a creature or something. Like, based on the way that the cliff sides have formed and the way it's been sheared off, as if it's something has actually like went in and dug it out. And it's kind of piquing your interest, Athos, just a little bit of what that actually could be, something this large, and it's really kind of trying to understand that. Now, at the center point of this lake, large amount of movement of water around, maybe there's some under rivers of some kind of how it's draining here, is a patch of frozen ice and snow. And sitting at its center appears to be a very interesting blue gemstone that's actually inlaid into a brass bowl. And it's just kind of sitting there in the snow and ice. And for a moment, you kind of wonder, well, if it's open to the sky and we're in the southern frosthorns, why isn't this thing swallowed up by snow? And that kind of questions of why it's just sitting there and not embedded into snow. What would cause snow not to fall, right? That's immediate to your minds. You stare south, and that's in the brambles of twisted trees and other sorts of shrubbery. There's a hole in the mountainside, and that could be a way in or out of this place. But beyond that, you don't see anything. There's no shelf for the waterfall. It's just a straight drop from that 400 feet area up there, which is almost vertical. It's all unclimbable at that point. And then this spot right at the center of the lake. I'm going to have it unpause.
Well, it is blue, which is my color, so if I have to take that sapphire, I will.
Pardon me, Bear. I'm gonna just tuck in here a bit.
How
So these chains
go ahead.
are just going into the waterfall?
There's no waterfall in front of you. This is just coming outwards. Looking down, it's about a 25 to 30 foot drop to the water line into the ice. The chains are just anchored and they drop down, almost as if you use them to climb up or down.
Right. So the waterfall is to the north?
That's
Yeah.
correct. That's off map and it's coming down here.
I see. Yeah. I misunderstood. I thought we were standing at the top of a 400-foot waterfall. Okay. I was
No,
like, man, that's
no,
going to
no,
be
no.
treacherous.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that makes sense. Does the water appear to be like moving with great current towards the waterfall, or is it kind of chill until it gets to the edge?
So it's coming down from the north, splashing down, creating a large fury, a large amount. That river channel that's engraved a little bit like a gorge, that's now really fast. And then when it comes into this body of water, it slows down. There's still a current, but you can't see that from the surface. You can see a little bit from the bubbles and activity, suggesting that there might be like underwater rivers or underwater exits for this body of water. So there's still a current. It's just under and could be a little bit treacherous.
We are okay. So this fishbowl that we're looking at is at the bottom of the waterfall, not the top.
Correct.
Waterfall feeds into it. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
I had it backwards. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes more sense.
I
Okay.
can handle this. Don't strain yourself.
This would seem to be your, area of expertise.
Control water. Wow.
It's gonna use part water to just pull it all to the sides.
Joke's on you. It's an elder elemental and it's about to beat your ass.
Well, there will be water in there.
All right, so as you control water, you begin to space the flow and creating a ravine of sorts, right? As you begin to pull apart the space. The water is not incredibly deep. The part water is able to do this easily, as it kind of has a depth of roughly 12 to 13 feet. There's not much. At the base of it is flat stone. And when I mean flat, I literally mean flat. Like, it is completely smooth at the bottom of this water. There isn't any aquatic fish or species that you're seeing in it either. There's no greenery or other sorts of algae growth in here either. And then what catches your eye, Nereus, now that you control the water and you're kind of controlling the flow and looking, the actual floor of this lake is embedded in arcane runes or glyphs, all related to abjuration or conjuration. They are protection glyphs and wards, and they space in radiuses of roughly 4 to 5 feet, and they just create this web all across this space. And because you're tracing yourself from the parting, and then you're now looking at the spaces of the water, and you can see that those etchings in the stone continue.
Okay, well, he'll pull apart the water, the full, it's a 100-foot cube, so pretty large
Yeah.
space.
Mm-hmm. You're continuing to create that. You're continuing to part that water back and pushing back the flow. You're easily able to make make a bridge, right, to transition down from the chains. The chains go all the way down to the bed of the lake there. You're able to get down there and then get across to whatever it is on that center part, or even take a look at the bramble in that tunnel that feds off south. Your cube is big enough to create that.
Whoever created this went to a lot of trouble. I imagine those abjurations are to prevent people from locating it, like our friend. We should
You
go
think perhaps
inspect.
this is what he was after?
I mean, you don't go to the trouble of hiding something beneath a massive waterfall if it doesn't need to stay hidden.
And whatever dug this was immensely massive. I do believe we're looking at a giant paw print, for lack of a better term.
Well, let's inspect the gem on the other side.
These runes, they shouldn't give us any trouble stepping across them.
Difficult to say. I can
Todd,
take...
why don't you go first?
Oh, perfect.
I guess, yeah, Athos will start to
I'll
climb
go.
down.
Yeah,
I'll
but
go.
Darius will climb down. He's not worried about it.
Tarda does not say anything upon try. You go first. Just put the hands up at that point. Been like, I don't think so. I think I'm gonna stay back.
Yeah, we'll just passively sort of keep a lookout for anything that looks dangerous.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a drop off, so I'm going to move up to provide them a little bit of ranged cover if needed.
What's the bear doing? Bear's hopping in,
He's hunting for salmon.
climbing down the chain.
Well, there's no water, so
So getting a closer perspective, this gemstone seems to be a very translucent gemstone. It's blue and has a very kind of aqua color to it. It has the formation of a hexagonal pyramid, and it sits in that bowl. It's slightly 1.5 inch in its length, forming that pyramid, and has a very interesting kind of static discharge of electricity about it. It seems to kind of sparkle and dance with this bluish kind of lightning that's creating a web around it at times.
That's fascinating.
As Ares sees them move down and knowing Athos for a little bit here, and he's probably going to start poking and prodding around and stuff, I'm going to have the arrow notched ready to go in case something aggresses on either one of them down there.
At this point, Tartan is now climbing down, seeing the sights of what you're almost looking at here, and very intrigued. So it's going to be
temptation to end the part water when he steps down so high.
You can! You can! They're on the bed. They're climbing up to here. right? You're going down and then you're going up, right? Because you got to get a little bit of footage there, kind of coming up.
Once everybody's up here, though, while we're inspecting this, he's gonna shift, like end the part water and do redirect flow, and just start dumping water down that hole, just in case there's anything there.
Okay.
Guys, I had you covered, but do you want me to move up instead?
So yeah, Ares. So you're waiting for Ares to hop down, then you're going to do that.
Sure, if he's coming, yeah, I'll wait. Yeah.
I mean, why not? The rest of the party's there at this point. You guys look safe. Still gonna have, when I get down here though, not an action, but I'm gonna have an arrow notched ready to go.
Okay. So at this point, Nereus, you're going to attempt to redirect the flow right into the hole, into that tunnel, and as you do that, it hits into a barrier. It immediately strikes with the water and kind of rolls up into a shimmering bluish energy, and it kind of falls back. It's similar to a wall of force.
Just right there, like in front
Correct.
of the hole, not anywhere else. Okay.
And not anywhere else. It just hits into that whole space, and it's a radius, right, of about 5 to 8 feet at times there, and then it can go up to 10 to 12 feet in that space, and it kind of hits into it and kind of rolls up and shimmers. And like I said, it's very similar to Wall of Force, and it's unclear if that's maybe just reacting to what you've done, if it can still be traversed through. It has to be maybe investigated further, but that's what you're getting right now.
So while everyone's moving over and water is being redirected to discover that, Athos would be ritually casting Identify on the gem bowl.
Okay. Just like casting Identify upon it. Take 10 minutes. Anybody else?
That's going to be a bit too long.
You're welcome
Athos.
to speed it up if you like.
Well, my magic only lasts about 10 minutes. Unless you want to swim across, which I don't mind.
Oh, I thought you'd already dropped that.
No, you can just keep changing what you're
Oh,
doing
you
over the
just
10
change it.
minutes.
I
Yeah.
see. I got you. Okay, well, if we're in a hurry, then I suppose we'll have to eyeball it. I guess he will. Assess the gem as best he can.
All right. You could
Try
make
and discern
a
them.
right, depending on what you're trying to figure out about it. You're trying to figure out just maybe it's magical. If it's magical, like its properties, because that's what you're doing.
I mean, I think
investigation.
I think he's pretty convinced it's magical. He's either trying to discern the nature of the magic or maybe like what would be the ramifications of moving it. Like, is the cave gonna explode if he picks it up?
Okay, so that's 2 checks. So Arcana
Sure.
would be a check for magical properties, and then most likely investigation or perception for a trap to see if it's like on a pressure
Yeah.
plate.
So
or
I would-
like, what would be
I will check for the trapped condition first.
okay.
Let me know if you need my expertise for the arcane.
16, you do not see any sort of pressure plate. There's no kind of anything that would indicate there's no kind of maybe shoveling some of the snow back and you're looking for a glyph or a rune that's similar to the bed of the lake. You don't see that. And the brass bowl is very old and it's very lackluster. It has an odd shine to it. And there's no plate underneath it or any sort of engravings or runes in the bowl.
So the gem is just sitting in the bowl. It's not like
It's just placed
affixed
in.
to it.
No,
Okay.
it's literally like someone just took a bowl and put a gem in.
Yes, I'd be happy to lend my eyes to your expertise if you would like to examine it closer.
Well, all right. So you want to assist, or do you want him to assist you?
Yeah, I
Either
would
way is
just either way. Mine's +9.
fine. I mean, that's better than mine, so go ahead.
I thought I hit alt, just in case. Okay,
Got
now I rolled 3 times. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, so much is happening. All right, well, your 26 is the highest roll you have. So 26 is what we're going to take. So this, trying to understand what it is and looking at it, it is very unclear to you. You cannot reference anything like this in the context of magical items or things that you've seen within scripts or texts or spell books. The lightning that's tracing around it, as well as its translucent property, is actually going to strike a little bit of familiarity with your character in some of the descriptions of the rest of the party based on their protective gemstones. So it's not something that you all as a group have really kind of talked about or brought up really, but it's something that, or particularly brought up, I should say, like really in depth with it. But Athos, being as a perceptive character as you are able to understand that there are in kind of these stones that you've seen on the individuals in the party, and this kind of strikes a little bit of similarity between them as far as the properties are concerned, the lighting and how that works.
So I know we all apparently have some sort of a stone on us. Do any of you have a blue one?
Ares will take his out and say, "Not mine."
If only mine were blue.
So perhaps if none of us have one that match it, is it possible that this is a missing piece of the set? Well, we can't stay here forever. So, are we taking it then, I suppose? I can't imagine trekking all the way down here and then leaving it. The bear is nodding emphatically.
Well, if it's something Damodar wants, we should at least take it as a bargaining chip.
I agree, or keep it if it proves useful.
Is it trapped? Like it doesn't. I mean, I know there's water and
It seems
runes. It would seem at the bottom, but like it doesn't seem like somebody just set this here without more.
well, based on my investigation and the expertise of our Nereid friend. We believe that most of the magic in this room was to hide it from anyone finding it without directly coming here. To the best of my knowledge, based on a cursory examination, it doesn't appear to have any mechanical traps. What the stone itself might do to you once picked up, well, there's only one way to find out.
I guess the other question I would have is, it's been safe
Feeds
here.
it to the bear.
Right. So Dougal, as the bear rides up, picks up the stone in the mouth, cackles electricity. Just
This
hold it in
is
your mouth.
this has been here for a while.
Likely thousands of years, yes.
Should
Oh, we should take the bull too. It could be somehow helping protect it or ward it from discovery.
That's a good
I
point.
mean, should we take this at all? If it's
Well,
been
it's
safe here.
currently in Sir Dougal's mouth, so
I mean, Damodar was on the hunt for this. We managed to steer him off of it, but he may still figure this out eventually.
we were worried we shouldn't have come here because we've left very clear tracks of where we've been.
At this point, it's probably safer we take it with.
Just don't give it to Tardan.
Why? Why not? Why would you want to give it to me?
You lose everything important, like your dignity.
That's not true.
Do you feel all right, Sir Dougal? All right, well, let's go.
Do you think he swallowed it? Wait, so hold on. What about this? There appeared to be a magic hole over there.
We don't need to explore everything just to explore it. If you
That's
want to
fair,
go over
but-
there, feel free. But there's some sort of barrier. Maybe just
I'm a
to
little
keep
bit
water.
curious about it now that you, Neria, still want to be curious about it.
Well, I mean,
The
the thing
fact
is,
that you're curious about it makes me even less interested in it.
someone went to a lot of painstaking effort to protect this thing, but went to more effort to protect whatever's in that hole. Which would
That is
almost
true.
seem to indicate that whatever's in that hole is more important than whatever this is.
Yeah, they wouldn't just leave something out in the open like this. It's still open to the air. That.
Could be that stone isn't even the object of desire. Maybe it's a key that then gets you to the actual thing that someone wants.
If that's the case, by having it, well, it's a win-win.
Hmm. I'm torn because metagaming me says the DM wants us to go over there. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Character
doing
though.
nothing.
Do not succumb to the GM bait. It is
There's no
hypnotizing.
GM here. I just described having the reverse flow of the water and setting it through. That's all I did.
The character though sees Athos to have a good point. But maybe this is
Athos' only
designed.
job in life is to unravel mysteries. Like you can't, like there can't be any questions left unanswered with him around.
Athos, wait a second. Have you thought of this? As Harrison's already gone on top of it.
The bear's on it. The bear's
So,
climbing
never
through
mind,
the
too late.
doors.
Sir Dougal, as a bear, what are you doing? You have the gem in your mouth, and now you're trudging forward towards the hole.
Right through, not stopping. Yes, gems
Okay.
in my mouth.
So not stopping, you bounce into a wall as this invisible wall kind of erupts, and then there is actual smoky lettering with blue that begins to glow on the space in common. And it says, "Are you sure?" Question mark.
Well, now we must go.
I'm not making this up. This is real.
This is why we should have just left. Now we're in a conundrum, and Tardan's just going to do whatever he wants to do. So Tardan, just do whatever you're going to do. I'm just going to fast forward through all this.
Wait
Oh,
a
come
second.
on, Nereus. Aren't you at least
It says-
intrigued
Oh
that how
my God.
magic would be able to do that?
Walked into a barrier, which prompted a written message. Are you sure?
It's likely asking, are we sure we want to take this gem? Or maybe are we
Well,
sure we want to
sure
walk
we
through
want
this
to
barrier?
continue? Yeah.
Or maybe
Right.
whatever is down there is imprisoned, and if we let it out, it's far worse than Damodar.
To be fair, if they were trying to warn us away from it, they're doing a very shitty job. If you don't want someone to go into something, you don't make it appealing to find out what the hell. You'd say, "Get the fuck out!" Right? Like, keep out danger, ancient beast that will eat you.
And perhaps this water is
Right.
all acidic and would have burned our skin. We don't know. We bypass that part.
In that case, there wouldn't have been need for a warning.
I wonder how you answer yes. Like,
Hey.
you just try again. You just go in
Just
again.
shove, just slam it all home.
Maybe this hole is what's keeping the last piece of protection for what we're trying to take. If the runes and everything else doesn't work, and this is some type of a creature that is designed to be like the final layer of protection, and now we're messing with it.
It wouldn't be very good protection if it waited until after you stole the stone and then went and woke it up to protect the stone.
I mean, it's also been thousands of years, right?
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Even if there was something there, it could have been dead at this point.
Or it could be very much alive or very undead, like we've seen in the dungeon. Or,
Also a possibility.
in the city.
I have a suggestion. Why don't we take the stone out of here? We can take some time to examine it properly, and if we want to come back, we can. That seems like a good compromise. We don't
That's
need
fair.
to make a
It's-
decision right now.
It's not. It didn't take. It was only like what, a half an hour ish plus fighting to get down here. Well, there is the matter of the rather large army of shadow doohickeys on the top floor, but other than that, it seems relatively safe now.
Do we want to just stay in here then on this island? Tardan
I
could make
suppose-
his frustratingly small hut, and we could examine things and relax.
That's probably a good idea. And
At least it's
if
safe.
there is something dangerous in that hole, then we'll be a little more prepared.
For once, I think I'm agreeing with Nereus.
You agree with me all the
We've
time.
Struck an accord.
Sir Dougal, come back unless you want to swim across, please.
Sir Dougal, what are you doing?
He's a bear. He's got this.
Fucking
Sir Dougal,
cowards.
come across.
Yeah, okay.
Don't be a Tardan.
As you walk away, the lettering begins to dissipate away.
Right. He'll just let go of concentration on the spell so the water can kind of flow back through.
Water flows
Could
back to normal.
Can I borrow your chew toy for a bit there? I'd like to have a closer look at it.
Spits it on the ground.
Lovely. Yes, so, where were we? And he will again begin to ritually cast Identify.
Okay. It's taking 10 minutes to ritually cast. Identify. Is anybody else doing anything particular?
Todd, could you put up your hut?
Yeah, I can. Hut's up. Working. Feel nice and warm now?
Toasty.
I don't really feel the
Smells
cold.
a bit like a bear.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
A slightly damp bear.
So, Dougal, why are you still a bear?
Love that wet bear smell. I suppose it's time to drop it.
A dragon appears.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why.
That's exactly it. Okay. So dropping it, taking 10 minutes. The hut is up now, right? Shielding, get that warmth and that kind of that mock environment. The snow also kind of melts a little bit, right, around here, but it's still kind of permanent in a way. It's not fully melting from the warmth of the sphere. You take your identification, 10 minutes for ritually casting it. This object is immune to divination magic.
Of course, much like the sums that we carry. If we're going to rest anyway, he would continue and use detect magic in the same fashion to see if he can try and get... It probably won't work either, but he would try anyway.
Okay. So taking detect magic in this space, and just everyone's going through a short rest at this point, right? We're going to take an hour to short rest, most likely here. So you can roll your hit die, get back some of your stuff, right? If you have short rest things, getting those back. So you're taking the detect magic and ritualized casting as well. Taking time with the stone, you actually feel that there is all schools of magic that are coming through this stone. It's kind of giving off a very strong presence. In that same way, all of the stones in your party are giving off the same magic. There's just more giving off, in particular, of Tardan's stone. So this stone and Tardan's stone are at that same level of that intense vibration of magic. All these schools, and then everyone else's is kind of this dull, small amount that's just kind of shedding.
So yes, I do believe this is indeed the same type of thing that we're all carrying. It seems to be relatively similar in power to the one that Tardan carries. Perhaps a bit more juice than the rest of them. If I recall correctly, Tardan told me that your running theory is that all of these are connected to a dragon, apparently.
Look,
We heard,
I met
heard
these
of
guys
it.
in the town. I got this from somebody else. I don't know anything about this.
he mentioned that he had communicated with one that you all failed to kill
Yeah,
at some point.
there's some connection.
Not failed to kill. He let go.
I
A
did let
murderous
it go,
dragon
okay?
terrorizing innocent people.
I set it free.
Right. Have we heard tales out of all the things that we've talked about? I remember accounts of a few dragons. I don't believe I've heard anything about a blue one. Any of you?
I haven't.
No.
And I think Hrox was purple.
What's that?
Was Hrox purple?
Oh, Marshall's character. Okay, I was like, what are you saying? Marshall's character, their particular stone was gold.
Then what color was Indigo's?
Silver.
Why do I have gold? Why do I have Indigo written down as gold? Okay, let me change that.
Well, there's one way to find out if we want to bring a weapon down upon it. Not here, obviously, but Ares,
Didn't
you're
you
well aware.
blow up a building the last time you tried something?
I did no such thing. No, the jeweler blew up his own shop.
That sounds like an incompetent jeweler.
But we could see if it reacts to our stones, and Nereus will just pull his out and toss it over at Athos.
Across the streams.
If
Oh
you
my
destroy mine, I won't mind. Red is a terrible color.
Look,
I
I
do
don't know
remember.
about doing this inside the hut. All right, we're kind of in a closed space.
Coward.
I do recall Todd told me about this communion he had with his stone. I tried it with mine. I couldn't seem to reach anything, but if the theory holds, then this one itself might be connected to something.
Look, although Nereus is factually correct, well, actually, I don't know. I showed up afterwards. However, they said they didn't do it, and I tend to believe Nereus now. Last time we messed with one of these, it wasn't good.
Yes, I wouldn't recommend striking it, especially not with a solid proximity. I do, however, think, and he'll take it and try and focus on it, commune with it, like he did with his that didn't work.
Make an intelligence saving throw.
Ooh.
Natural one. Trying
You
to
get sucked
feel
into the sapphire.
and commune with it.
Yep.
You're trying as hard as you can to imagine what Tardan did in that connection. See if there's anything on the other side. And there's just nothing. You can't feel anything. You're not sucked into anything.
Athos, I'd like to try something. And it's going to seem a little intimate.
Are we going in someone's anus again?
Oh my god!
Well, I think, first of all,
Harden, turn around.
as long as we want to retell history here, okay,
Retell.
that was
yeah.
actually a success. Okay, we don't have to get bogged down in the specifics, but that encounter happened to be a success.
At the end of the day, we came out all right.
No, I was suggesting. I think it would be interesting. It would be worth the time that it takes to gather everybody closely and to attempt a commune.
Like we all commune with all of the stones.
I'd like to try a parallel communing here, all inside the space of the hut. I would like it if we could each, maybe the specifics here are up for debate, but to place one hand on, all of us to place one hand on the new blue stone, and separately together also be communing with our stone.
We
I like
could
this is
hold our stones in our other hand, I suppose.
Right.
Right.
But I don't
Fascinating.
really want to touch Tardan's hand, so I'll need someone in between.
Sure, I'll
Just-
stand between you. So that you
Also,
don't
sorry,
have to
Deuce, when
feel
you're
like-
listening to this. Jeez, I'm the worst. So mean to you when you're not even here.
Yeah,
Not
like
even here, and he's getting.
there's
it.
no defenses here. There's no.
You're
defenses.
basically
He sent
being
me
mean to
a-
Michael at this point.
He
I'll
sent me a
insulate.
message, by the way. Deuce, he said, "WTF did y'all do? Why are we on an iceberg?"
There
All
wasn't
that's left
room on
in
the
the
door.
world.
I told him that he's lucky he's still alive. So
There you go.
I think it would be interesting to see the effect. I, for one, by the way, Athos, also have not successfully communed with my stone.
Possible our dragons are just stupid. Or mute.
Anyway, if everybody's up for it, I think it'd probably be worth our time. We're not doing much right now, anyway.
I think
mean-
that's an excellent idea.
is the tiny hut really the place to do it?
Yep.
It's the safest place.
Yeah, I mean, nothing can get in, so we
Well,
Can
a
it-
simple
can
anything
dispel
get out?
magic could get rid of it, but
well,
if we are going to hallucinate or whatever, it's better here than not.
Oh,
wind can take your umbrella, but you still use it. Well, you might have to.
this seems like a very bad idea to me.
Isn't that what we do?
Yeah.
Well, why did we come down here then?
No. I'm talking about the kumbaya with the stone side of a small enclosed space. After
The way the
all I've
tiny-
seen with the
the
stones is
tiny
blow
hut
up.
is one way. If it blows up, the hut won't matter. It won't matter where we are. It prevents stuff coming out from the outside. Look, walk through it. You can walk back and forth.
So I get that, but even if we're to commune in the tiny hut, can it even go through? Does magic go through from the inside to the outside?
You
What do you
asking
mean?
Out of character, or are you trying to ask? Like,
No, I'm
Tardan?
asking if they know. I've never been in a tiny hut as a character, so
Oh, okay. Spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome. Cast through it.
they can.
They can't.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, well, that's not what I knew that Ares did not.
Yeah, you can't.
So-
You can't cast out, and you can't cast in.
Yeah.
It goes both ways.
So if we're making if we're trying to commune with these stones, then it wouldn't work inside the tiny hut anyway, right? Or am I understanding this wrong?
This isn't an anti-magic field. If you're nervous, you can stand outside the hut.
I mean, look, this is even my stone. Like, I got this handed to me by somebody who saved my life, and I promised him I would get it to his family. Not even mine.
Well, it's yours until you complete the task.
It's yours today.
And Sir Dougal didn't even ask you to put it in anyone's hands.
Which, by the way, is what's next.
That's step 2.
This is the first. This is just part A.
Well, on that bombshell, we'll go ahead and take a break, because that sounds good. So we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So we'll decide if we're going to commune, what we're going to do next. Right? We'll take our 10-minute, get our thoughts straight, get our bathroom right, get some drinks going. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So about 7:07 p.m. PST, and hope you join us when we get back. So bye.
of us could just do it. We don't all have to do it. Like,
Well,
Come on,
I guess I'm the only one that hasn't tried, or have you not tried, Nereus?
I don't think he's communed with his.
I haven't. Dougal hasn't communed with this either.
I thought you said you did. You failed, or are you just trying to make Athos feel good because he failed?
What color do you
I-
have, Dougal?
Black.
Okay, because I know whoever has green did theirs, because that's what I had on Amos, and I was like, I remember this one.
No,
Okay.
I have green.
Well, it might have been old green.
I
Right,
don't
I
think
have-
I've even tried.
Well, if we're worried, though, we all don't have to commune at the same time, right? Like, one person could commune with... I mean, somebody already tried, but somebody else could try, right? Like,
Yeah, that's why I like that idea,
Yeah,
because
I have-
somebody already failed. So the group effort might actually make. I think it's
Sure.
Athos is fascinated. Like, he's not even convinced it'll do anything, but just the idea is
Right.
interesting.
I think it's worthy of observation, at least. Right? It's worthy of the
it's worthy
evidence.
to, like, at least close the door that didn't work so we don't have to do it again.
Right.
Sure.
There is the question of, do we do that now and here, or do we explore the hole and then get the hell out of here and then do that?
I was just bringing it up because we were standing still, like because we had
Yeah.
already pulled over. You know, like
I mean, F it, dude. Let's do it.
we spent the resource of casting the hut, which is like
Yeah,
not nothing.
Let's Captain Planet this bitch.
Hard.
I
The
call
powers
that-
combined on Earth. Oh, we got to get some meditation.
I feel like,
I
uh,
wanna be-
What are we doing?
I am
What was that with the
Captain
monkey?
Six-Pack.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that name didn't stick. Sorry, Harrison.
You know, I got to tell you, I'm not gonna.
Okay.
You have been told.
I will bear the burden of my predecessor's sins.
Ah,
I
get
mean-
it, Bear.
Rar.
All right, so you're all gonna focus and concentrate on your stones and a kumbaya,
Yeah.
like,
We'll put the
except for Tart.
sapphire. Well, except for Tardan, no, we would have Tardan do it too.
Okay.
Look, if I get anything less than Voltron for this, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Okay.
We'll put the
Man,
stone
never
back.
that hour.
We'll put the stone back in the bowl in the center, and we can all kind of stand over it and touch it and hold our stones with other hands.
Oh.
Wow,
Look at that.
Love it.
Circle
Okay.
touch.
Hey, we
All
all
right.
ate.
And if nothing happens, we can be
On-
like, well, great.
On the
Hopefully-
side, I'm going to tell Athos and Sir Dougal that we have to make sure that Nereus and Tardan's hands are on top of each other.
Yeah, just gradually bump them.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
I don't have a problem with it if you don't have a problem with it.
I have a problem with it.
Okay. All right. I tried. All right, get a little power surge sound here. Why not? A little discharge. So, as you group your hands, right, you begin to focus and concentrate on your stones. There's actually a particular order here I need to go through. So, Athos, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw at advantage.
Oh,
Sir Dougal, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw at advantage. Nereus, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw at advantage. And then Ares, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw at
Oh,
advantage.
ouch.
And then who?
What was the advantage one again?
Hold down
Shift?
Alt. Hold down Alt,
Alt.
for advantage.
Hey.
Oh, let's go.
All right. So we're gonna go ahead and start with Ares. So Ares, as you begin to focus, it's very similar to. I actually don't know if anybody's been in this experience. I've actually done it before, but a sweat lodge. I don't know if any of you have ever been in a sweat lodge before or had any sort of that, but you have this rhythmic kind of drumming and this kind of beat towards it, and you're sweating, and you get into almost like you start hallucinating, right? So it's very similar to that. You're just kind of overwhelmed by the focus and concentration that you're putting in, and you can feel the space around you change, but your focus and concentration begins to pull you into the stone, and you almost feel like you're in a hallucination. But then you fall almost like a free fall for a brief moment, and you can hear the sounds of an open ocean. And as you can hear the crashing of waves and the movement of water, you feel it around you, and it's warm, and you're floating in water. You're treading it. This is Ares here. And you can see off to your west, a little bit north, is a peninsula that has a very large and protruding jungle upon it. Behind that, you can see a bay, so west of that. And the bay is filled with large-sized ships, galleons and things, and there's kind of a volley of cannon fire that's emerging from that large bombardment. This is many miles. This bay is massive in its mileage. And so really just kind of getting off through some of the waves and things, the surf, you're just getting these little sights and these things. And that's really all you can see, right? It's just the land. And there's a kind of an island with a little bit of volcano in the bay, and it's spurting a little bit of a smoke. And past that, though, there's a much larger protrusion of black, and it's covering the sky with black clouds, and it's creating a very scary and horrific appearance of like a wildfire that's created a blanket of darkness, and it just kind of creeps and moves in the northern direction. And that's hundreds of miles in the western direction. So you're just seeing this, right? You hear and you can feel the sounds of bubbles begin to spurt up on the surface of the water. And you can feel them kind of moving upon your body. And so you look down into the water and you pull your head down, you submerge it for a brief moment. You can see reefs and other sorts of fish and wildlife and algae and green and coral and grasses and cucumbers and all sorts of different things down there. Your eyes look towards this large, massive hole in the reef, many feet down, and the bubbles are coming from that. And all of a sudden there's this rush of water as something kind of emerges from. In that moment, you come back, and you're in the space. Found the rest of your friends here, still everyone's concentrating on their stones. And something to note here is that this is all happening at once. Okay? So you're come back in. Now we're going to switch over to Nereus. Nereus, you can hear the sounds as you begin to focus on your stone. You begin to hear the sounds of bubbling and kind of the shifting of lava. And you can feel the very intense heat. And you don't have a free fall or anything. You just kind of look into the stone, and then there's this light of bright orange and yellow, and it just kind of swallows you. And you're staring at a massive lava flow that's coming from a tunnel or hole inside of the ceiling. This entire space is encrusted in this reddish and orangish gold. These stalagmite pillars are covered in as well, and they go up to the dome ceiling height of 25 feet. The lava flow on the northern side is extending downwards and then flows into a crevice right in front of you and disappears. And the lava flow is about 30 to 35 feet in width. The entire chamber is 200 feet in radius. The center of the chamber is a hole itself, and it's craggly and cracked, and there's different spikes of different geodes and things, all encrusted in the same gold or this bronze. It's unclear. You can feel the heat and the steam protruding from that hole, and kind of this miniature shakes and eruptions. It's almost like you're in the middle of a volcano or somewhere that has this intense activity to it. You're looking around left and right, and then all of a sudden you can hear the grabbing of stone and the fluttering of wings, and this red dragon emerges from the hole. 40 feet from you. As you walk towards it, and you just stop for a moment and look, and you don't seem to be very much in control of yourself. You're more of a spectator in this, and your actions are to look and see. And this dragon is large. It's about 100 feet in its length. It has to be an elder. It's kind of showcasing maybe some youth to it, though. It's really unclear because it pulls itself up of the rocks and it moves off in the direction opposite of you, of this hole. And you hear a very familiar voice coming from the shadows, wrapping around from the stalagmite pillars, and this sparkling of purple and pink cackling lightning as the figure emerges. It's Damodar in this same red and kind of, I would say, maroon and goldish kind of robe with these intricate dragons on either side of the vestment and the tunic that goes down with the boots and things. But they're younger, and they're have to be at least a decade and a half prior to the age you've observed them. And you just stare, and you can see Damodar's holding up a hand towards the red dragon. The dragon's like pulling back and moving its nostrils, sends out a gust of orangish flame, and then turns in the direction, kind of pulling itself, kind of cowering, and just continues to hold the hand upright. And in the left hand, you can barely see some sort of red gemstone that's glowing. And the hand continues to be extended and eventually kind of moves like this. And the eyes begin to dance with that same purple and pink cackling lightning, and the dragon just kind of turns and pulls itself too and lowers its head. Damodar begins to stroke the nostril of the dragon. And the voice comes out. Erithune, I'm not your enemy. I'm here to help you. It's gonna be okay. As that begins to kind of pet the nostril, he just turns and he looks in your direction. And for a brief moment he stares, and you feel the slight palpitations, and maybe you want to say something but you can't. Then he very quickly goes, how interesting that you would be here. In that moment, you're brought back. You'd swear that you weren't really there. You have no control, but yet it would seem Damodar might have observed or felt you somehow. This had to be in the past. So, this dragon is much smaller, called the Erithune, Damodar, right? So, these are intricate things. You're brought back. Now, Sir Dougal, with a 5, nothing comes to you.
Perfect.
Perfect. Now, Tardan is going to make an intelligence saving throw here. And I'm going to go ahead and roll it for the sake of it. One thing to note, the information that Tardan is going to gather here with a successful intelligence saving throw, is that even though a connection is established, nothing is returned to them. So they are brought into a space for a brief moment, reaching outwards, but nothing kind of comes to them. Now, we're going to go ahead and finish this whole monologue of narration with Athos. I'm sure you're all getting nice and cozy in your chairs. It's like theater of mind, your brains here for a brief moment. Everyone's getting their own little piece, except for Sir Dougal. Apologies. So, Athos, with your intelligence saving throw of a 21, you are actually brought into a space that's filled of gold and this yellowish, beautiful reflection tinge. It's kind of inside of a mountain somewhere. It has a dome ceiling as well, but it's very far reaching, upwards of 300 to 400 feet. There's this hole in the center of the space, and it continues with like daylight coming through, and that's creating this very reflective nature of the gold that's encrusting the walls, the ceiling, and the floor of this cavern. There are these braziers that are pitched in gold themselves, and they're lit with a bluish flame, and they're on top of some of these cylindrical pillars about this space. There has to be at least half a dozen to a dozen that you're staring as you're looking around. The radius of the cavern is roughly 300 to 400 feet. At the backdrop behind you is a semi-arched 40-foot entrance in, and you can feel snow and other kind of cold coming through, but the warmth of this place, it's just smacking you. It's humid, it's warm, it's kind of cozy a little bit with the lighting and the fire from the braziers. And then at the center of this space is a platform that's upraised with stairs of gold to a much larger brazier, and this one's covered in draconic runes. And there's many different baskets filled with shells and other sorts of like kind of tiny crystals that are bagged together in these knit sacks, and flowers and other sorts of food products and things. And they're just these woven baskets and kind of circular or squared off, and they're just surrounding the steps of this place. And then pulling itself down from the hole is a beautiful and immaculate great elder gold worm. This dragon is 150 or so feet long, kind of begins to pull itself downwards and just kind of lets itself flutter to the ground as it kind of stops very gently upon the earth. And it takes a long time for it to do so, to not shake the ground. And as it does that, it folds up its wings, pulls itself together, then slithers around the brazier. This gold dragon is dancing with colors, the light. It's just shining and bouncing certain things. And these tendrils are kind of poking through in many different fans and whatnot. A gold dragon is very appeasing and beautiful to the eye. It has these fans and other sorts of appendages to catch the light. It has tendrils that are able to kind of come down like whiskers from it. And then it has kind of a lankiness or a cat-like feline look to it. But it's still massive and robust. And there's this heat that's coming from it. You can feel that engorging around this dragon. So it takes its head and it comes around the brazier, which you are kind of out in front between that and this entrance behind you into some mountainous terrain. And it looks in your direction. My name is Horad. I can see that another bearer has been bestowed. What is your name?
Fascinating. I am Athos Valar.
Athos. I come to give you a direction, or perhaps a warning. You must come find me in my lair here at Mount Chris, the Lavstyr Mountains. First find the Belknok, the village of Nesquil in the Crystal Desert. Another has been awarded the stone, and I fear that Damodar grows more powerful.
Indeed, that seems to be the case. I only just met him, but seemed quite strong.
We cannot speak for long. This is as many words as I can give you. Chosen one, stay safe. For the entire fate of the world depends on you.
No pressure.
And that vision pulls back, and you're brought back into the space. Now, all of your visions are ending at the same time. Sir Dougal, for you, it's been a couple minutes, nothing's happened, and everyone else is kind of now pulling away from their stones. Back.
Just to reiterate for my notes' sake, that was Mount Chris in the Lavastire Mountains.
Yeah, I'm
Find
gonna
the
type all
Belknok,
the
village.
names. So Horan
Okay, yeah.
is the name. Mount Chris said layer. That's in Lavstyr Mountains. First find the Belknok in the village of Nesquil, and that's in the Crystal Desert.
Nailed it in one. That was impressive.
One point of clarity for me. When I submerged my head, I saw the reefs, I saw the bubbles. I I saw something coming at me, but I don't know what it was.
No, you have no idea.
Okay.
I mean, really, it's just this. It's just the movement of water that you could see, right? The
Okay.
disturbance of that water. It had to be very large, but your focus was pulled away.
Okay. Too easy.
And then I take that to mean that nothing happened in regards to us all touching the blue stone.
No. Whoa. Oh.
Well, I mean, nothing specific to the blue stone anyway. We don't know if it maybe helped or did something else, but yeah. Well, that it turns out that my dragon is rather talkative when you can get his attention.
So you saw a dragon.
Indeed. A
Sir
very
Dougal?
large one.
It's okay, Sir Dougal. Not all of us can be successes at everything that we try.
That felt backhanded.
Just a little.
Well said.
I
Varys.
knew Nereus would enjoy that. Nereus, how about you?
The fact you even have to ask. Of course I saw a dragon.
Hey, could have been a
Though,
gnome, I suppose.
Is that-
curiously enough, I believe Damodar was a chosen one.
What?
In what way?
He had a stone similar to mine. He looked younger.
Well, I suppose that would explain his ability to gain control over his dragons. Some fashion.
But this doesn't help us with what we've found. No one saw anything.
Do
That would
Is it-
also blue?
hold on. Is it possible that this is Damodar's stone if he was a chosen one? And he's trying to find it and recreate the link?
What if we could make a chosen one?
Maybe I had an epiphany. The chosen ones are chosen by the bearers of the stones.
Like a pass down your lineage kind of thing.
Well, by giving it to someone, are we choosing them to be a chosen one? But regardless, I'd rather just nip this in the bud. And he's gonna pick up the sapphire and try and commune with it, just dropping his in the bowl, the red one.
Okay. So,
Explodes.
so grabbing the sapphire, the blue,
Right.
and then you're dropping the other one down.
Into the bowl, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make it a intelligence saving throw.
It's my best save, guys.
Oh,
16. You begin to hear a voice within your mind in the shackles of chains. Who is this? What is this? You can hear the vibrations of psionics within your mind.
It's Nereus, or the Cerulean Chorus, as you likely know me.
I do not know you, but you must free me now.
Where are you trapped? What is your name?
I am trapped by Damodar. You must get me loose. I am Treskal.
A lot of names tonight.
Do you have any more information where you are, how you're trapped? What are you, a dragon? I presume.
I am a dragon, yes. A mighty one at that.
Blue scales, I guess, as well.
I am blue. I am
Indeed.
buried
Dabu,
in a
dabu,
place.
dabu,
he was trying to hold it in.
He has to walk away. He couldn't handle it.
You know what? Kids these days don't understand it, but that was kick ass, bro. You get that pump, you get that pumping in the stereo, right? That thing hits hard.
And like the terrible claymation music
Yeah.
video, but you still
Yeah.
watched it with the aliens.
You're just watching it because it's great. All right, back in scene. That's gonna be hard to recover from that. Back in scene.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
I was buried in a place known as the Pass of Unyielding, and my essence of Blue Dragon put in place to torment me. You must be there. I am below you.
Wonderful. Yes, we're right above you. Quick question: if we free you, will you work for us? Will we be colleagues? What sort of a reward should we expect?
A reward? Are you fucking kidding me?
Freeing you from eternal torment? Yeah, that sounds like it deserves a reward.
You would make a very humble servant to me, and I can see our partnership going great. If you release me, I will give you riches and land beyond your belief, and I will give you revenge.
That is quite appealing. There appears to be a wall of force, I believe, blocking the way down. Does that sound about right?
Yes, well, it is the Lich Utah.
There's a lich here. Wonderful.
Yes, well, I've killed them numerous times.
Well, I'll talk to my colleagues and we'll be in touch. Sorry for the torment until we free you.
Connections unestablished. Brought back to space.
Good
Just the voice
news.
you heard.
There's a blue dragon below us. He's willing to join the team. We just have to free him. Damodar imprisoned him. Although it's confusing that Damodar imprisoned him if he doesn't
Why would
know
he be
where
looking
he is.
for him? Yeah, no, that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
I feel like Damodar used to be a different person.
Memory loss, perhaps.
If he imprisoned this creature, was it because Damodar used to be good and is now bad? Blue dragons aren't known for their kindness.
Right. Was he the one talking to us on the Wall of Force?
Yeah. There's a lich we have to kill first.
There's a dragon and a lich. Oh my god, this place is amazing.
I would recommend...
What if we
please.
partnered with the lich and had him turn the dragon into a lich and then sent it after Damodar?
Just aren't usually the most pragmatic. I think he'll see the reason. He'll just kill us. Though Tardan, maybe you should try and talk to him first. We'll stay far back, and I'm sure it'll go great.
Oh, I'm sure it will. I'm sure I can do a whole lot.
So I suppose the dragon's obviously going to try and kill us the minute we let it loose, right? I mean, it's a dragon.
Well, given what Tardan did with his stone, I don't know if any of us can actually attune to this one. I want to test it, but I don't really want to throw it in the water. But here, you hold this, Athos. I'll give it to Athos. And just waits.
What, like 10 feet away?
Nothing happened. Nereus, you place your stone in the bowl.
Yeah, it's still... Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not still there.
It's not there anymore.
Of course it's not. It's stupid red.
So the question becomes, can we use this without that connection? I don't necessarily want to find that out in the moment while besieged by a dragon.
Well, I don't so much like the idea of unleashing a blue dragon upon this land. The white dragon was a terror enough, and blue dragons, I think, are a bit more crafty.
It's a bit less.
And you said you think Damodar was a different person.
Well,
Do you think
I think
maybe he
Damodar
was-
wants to bend this dragon to his will, and that's why he's looking for the dragon.
But do you think it's because... Okay, do you think Damodar trapped him because at one point he was a chosen one and he was quote-unquote good? And now that he's evil, he wants a dragon that's more along those lines?
given what I saw, and I don't know how genuine he was, but well, can I roll a post insight check on Damodar's feelings in the memory or his past to see if he seemed genuine when he was talking to the dragon, just thinking about it?
Yeah, you can roll.
Okay, I don't know. Like, it's weird to be like it was a vision, but then it's like, I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
you
you're
can
wrong.
roll an insight if you'd like. Yeah.
Sort of analyzing your memories. That makes sense.
16. Seemed genuine. Full of
He's-
hope.
Yeah, he seemed to want to help the dragon I saw. Whereas the white dragon with Tardan, it seemed like he was blackmailing it with its egg, or I don't even. So perhaps that's the chosen one gone bad.
And if he was good, or assumed to be good when he captured, locked up, stashed away, whatever with this guy, and we think he's looking for him now when he's bad, why would we let him out?
Well, I don't think we should unless we can control him, and I don't.
Yeah,
think
it
we
would
can.
only be if we could control him. Like I said, we have to make a chosen, and then we come back. And we
I think
unleash
that's the
dragon.
Athos, I love your curiosity and you trying to fix everything and solve everything, but might be the worst idea you've ever had since we've met over the last 4 days.
Imagine if we had one more person who could command a dragon. How is that a bad thing?
Okay, so when you were in your vision with your dragon, you could command him to do what you wanted to do.
My dragon was rather nice, actually. He gave me lots of information.
Oh, what did he tell you?
Everything that we need to do, apparently. He said that we must find his lair. It is in the Lavistia Mountains. But first we must find the Belknap, which is in the village of Nesquil, in the Crystal Desert. And that if another had picking up the gold stone, that Damodar had gotten even more powerful and that the world was at stake. And if we fuck it up, everybody dies, basically.
All right, and Sir Dougal, your drag... Never mind. Nereus, your dragon said what to you?
It didn't speak to me. It was speaking to Damodar. Mine, as I said, I believe was in the past.
Ah. And Tardan, we think
Didn't have
We
any
think the-
connection.
his dragon is dead. So I'm just saying, all the decisions we've made with these gems so far, we're not hitting too
What
well,
if
guys.
What
Oh,
if we go
you
back
mean
to-
all the decisions Tardan's made, just to clarify. for
Wait,
the-
what?
I mean, fair.
No! I'll be
it
I'll
was
be
your-
fair. I set the dragon free. Hindsight, that might have been a bad idea.
Probably.
Yeah.
We
no
go
one said
back
that
to
was-
Orthema. We recruit Jill. We give her the blue stone and she can exact vengeance on Damodar.
Or
Who's Jill?
the dragon corrupts her and
Fremont's
turns her
daughter.
evil. Oh yeah, you met Jill.
She was in the bar.
I
the
thought
day
she
you
had
got-
another name.
That was the only time
No.
I'd ever seen her. Or Athos had
Yeah.
ever seen her.
Her name is just Jill. Jill. Well, her last name's Valoran, but obviously
Didn't
it's
people
Berlin.
call her by a different name the entire time when I came back? And I was like, who is this character?
I believe that there was a miscommunication of pronoun upon the character, but I don't believe that there was an issue as far as the name of the character. That's pretty common. My games, I generally, I let people ask the questions for pronouns. I don't try to like assume anything, so just let them kind of ask questions and go with it.
She has to have good taste in music, at least, if we're going to make her a chosen one.
Who's in possession of the blue stone right now?
Athos is still holding it, I think, because I walked away to see if it blipped in areas.
Yeah.
Athos, you don't have it in your possession anymore.
Where? Oh.
Oh, wait, something. It's gone now.
Nereus will check his pockets.
Nearest
I'll look in the-
Perfect.
So
Blue
you
is
can
much better.
control it.
All right. Well, we just need to get rid of this red one, and I'll be all good to go.
Is this where everybody passes their stone down one person?
Okay, hold on.
Well,
just
oh,
for shit.
would someone like to
Musical
try and
stones.
commune
Nereus.
with mine here?
Yeah,
Who would like
Nereus,
this
give
red
me
one?
your red. Give me your redstone. I'm gonna try to commune with his redstone.
Don't give it to Tardan. He already wasted his dragon. He doesn't get another chance.
Okay,
Don't get
sounds.
another dragon.
The only question I have to ask Nereus: are you relinquishing your stone over to?
Oh yeah, he hates it. He doesn't like it. He doesn't get red scales. Are you kidding me? This will be the worst.
You give your stone over to Ares. Does not return to you.
Oh snap! Guys, we can play musical stones.
Well, actually, well, we can, but more importantly, I think we've just achieved the thing that you're proposing, Athos, which was
We made it chosen.
we've made a chosen. Exactly. And not just the fact that we've made one, but rather we've made one of this particular color
Right.
in
Hold
this
on.
moment, for this moment.
Hold on. Let's test this.
Yes.
I haven't communed with the stone. I'm gonna give the stone to Sir Dougal. And then I'm gonna walk away.
You're not relinquishing control.
I'm doing. You remember the test we did when I first came to the party, and I gave somebody my green stone, walked away, and it came back to me. Kind of this. I'm looking for the same sort of test, if
Okay.
you will.
Gotcha. Stone comes back to you.
Okay, now I'm gonna give him the. Nope, I'm not gonna do that. It would seem Athos was right.
That's, well, I suppose now we can control the dragon if you wish to set it free. There's still a lich down there. There's so many questions. Think of everything you could ask a lich. It's been alive for thousands of years. Magic's untold.
Did they talk?
I imagine they have their ways. Tongue or not. Even just to peruse his books. Of course, it would be nice if we freed the dragon and then killed the lich, but I don't know that we'll necessarily get to choose the order in which these things happen.
I'm ready. What else do you need?
Who has the bag of holding?
Dougal, I think.
I think I do.
So look, evidently I've been wrong this whole time. And by my friend relinquishing or giving me his stone, it maybe is mine now until I decide to relinquish it. But I don't think that I should have two of these. And I think probably for safekeeping, especially since evidently the Blue Dragon and Damodar have problems, or had problems, and the Red Dragon and Damodar in Nereus's image were friends, maybe I relinquish this to Sir Dougal and he puts it into the bag of holding. Or does it not stay in the bag of holding?
It likely won't stay there.
I don't know that there's necessarily any negative side effects for carrying too. Although it would be interesting to find out. Maybe you wait a week and we take some measurements.
I feel like the fucking test tube, person growing in the test tube right now with people just trying different things out.
If you're really concerned, you can give it back to me.
No, I know how much you hate the color red.
It's just so tacky. I mean, who would use fire for anything?
Certainly not a wizard.
Not a proper one.
Okay, I will hold on to it. But let's go find and find out what else this place has, and go kill a lich.
Wow, this place has a dragon and a lich. What if we recruit them both? I wonder if there are stones that let you control liches. Now that would be something. Well, if we're going to encounter all of those things, would it behoove us to take an actual proper rest first?
I'm fine, but I know some other people have expended a little bit.
I mean, I would be better off, but it's not a large difference either way.
I'm good for another.
Dragon and a Lich?
Well, let's say one more bout. One more bout.
Nereus, you feeling okay?
I'm not confident we'll be able to get through the barrier until we kill the Lich.
Oh, you think the Lich is up here somewhere? I assumed it was down below.
You're wrong. Do you have a way to get through a barrier of force?
Well, I was kind of thinking the stone might actually be the key.
We can find out, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, if we fail to get through the barrier, I suppose it's definitely get backed up.
Well, and if we think about it, if Damodar created this place, stone is here as a safety measure, right? So that you have the means to control the dragon, should you be
Right.
foolish enough to unleash it.
I mean, who would ever do something like that?
Well, we're just going to kill a Lich for now. I suppose.
Now the question is, how do we get there?
Down the
You
hole,
guys
I
are-
think.
You guys are saying you think, or Athos, you're saying you think it's down this hole.
Well, I mean, we've been virtually everywhere else is blocked off unless we're going to start excavating things. It's the only path forward. Well, yeah, unless you can climb the waterfall. But I suspect that's just out.
Didn't you guys walk over there already?
To the hole?
Out of character. I thought like you and
Yeah.
Harrison walked over there.
Yeah, he bumped into the wall of force and then it started taunting him with letters.
Oh, that's right. I mean, I guess we go.
I mean, we have to.
I surprisingly am satiated knowing what is down there. If we would like to acquire a dragon ally, I think that might be quite nice. But I leave that to the group. My curiosity sated.
So we came here to find out and potentially get what Damodar was looking for, right?
Indeed. I am still fascinated as to the fact that he seems to not have a recollection of how to get here. He must know what is here. Why would he be looking for it? So it's like he remembers trapping the dragon, but he simply lost it. Or was
Well-
made to forget.
Maybe Damodar, we'll say Damodar the Good, died and was brought back to life as Damodar the Evil.
Could have
And-
simply just had a change of heart.
And
What if
his,
being chosen
Athos roll an intelligence check.
just a fly intelligence check?
Yep. $17. One possibility that your character most likely think about with your intelligence as well as his background would be the possibility that Damodar did indeed know where this was and also knew that there might have been a way to get to it.
Something we haven't considered. What if he's just playing with us?
That's possible. What if he did not want the map and the key to acquire this thing, but simply to keep us from finding it?
Or he wanted
case
us
we
to
should-
do it for him, which is exactly what we're doing.
Possibly, but again, I feel like If he's the one who put him there, then I don't see any reason he could not get him out. So either he didn't know where it was, or he did and he just didn't want anyone else to know. Although it does beg the question, why, out of all the dragons that he controls, why could he not simply control this one?
Perhaps it was too strong-willed. It was quite abrasive when I spoke to it.
That does seem rather on brand for at least a chromatic dragon. Possibly the stone itself. I think we've discovered it can be relinquished, but perhaps not taken. Be something there. Either way, if it is the case that he is afraid that we will find this, and his entire goal was just to make sure that we didn't, that we absolutely should avail ourselves of any options that this presents us. So let's go find a dragon and kill a lich.
All right.
Okay, well, I suppose first we need to figure out how to get past this barrier. Are we swimming this time?
I think the last time we had seen, well, the previous time Nereus made a path for us, it was evident that the water wasn't deep.
It's not that deep, but it's still deep enough that you have to swim.
You're
So
not
you're-
waiting, right?
You're you have a beachhead on either side, but you're gonna have to swim in it. So, and it is ice cold. It is literally Mount Rama.
Roll for shrinkage.
Oh boy. So now, without expending another spell, how do we get across?
Swim.
Yeah, it's just going to get down.
I'm going for it.
All right.
Swimming across, there isn't much current on the surface, and so you're able to really tread water easily and get across. The issue would most likely come if you're underneath the water. That's the real issue. The distance between this space and that space is also incredibly short. You're only really treading water for about 4 to 5 feet, so you're just going to have to jump almost across, do a couple swim strokes, and then you're on the other side. You are cold, though. I mean, you are damp. You are by this frigid water, and that in itself is posing a very difficult challenge to you. Right? Hypothermia is a real problem, and you're starting to feel that effect. Now, fortunately, Tardan's got prestidigitation, so he's coming over, making you feel nice and toasty, maybe throwing off a firebolt, getting yourself kind of helped out a little bit. I'm sure Nereus might have something in relation to helping. I don't know. We'll see. Shaping water, perhaps. But regardless of that, you get across. The barrier in front of you is still there. It begins to shine and now has the lettering as it begins to read out. Are you really sure? Question mark.
This is like Windows
How
95.
snarky is this lettering? Jeez.
It's a decent snarky font. It's pretty out there. Should I say? Should I
This is
dare
not
say?
serif.
Should I dare say papyrus?
I mean, have you seen that SNL?
Oh,
The Avatar SNL one?
Where
So
it's,
good.
Avatar, that's just papyrus.
What's his
The
name?
first one or the second one? They're making another one. I
So
love that one.
yeah, it's so good. I love that one too.
Papyrus.
Okay, so
Wow.
it comes up and embraces you. What do you do?
So the working theory was the blue stone is the key, and since you are now the bearer of the blue stone, after you.
All right. And he will attempt to walk through with the blues. Well, just attempt to walk through.
Okay, you attempt to walk through, coming up to the barrier of the wall. You see the lettering as you approach it, it immediately changes. So be it. And then the dissolving of the barrier. Might not have been the stone being a key, but perhaps there's something happening observing, who knows, and then you begin to walk in.
Could just be a cheeky lich.
As you begin to walk in, the warmth begins to hit you. It's a huge transition. And it ascends very briefly, suggesting this is a little bit higher up than the lake level, but you actually walk directly into it. You're only going maybe 30 to 40 feet, and you are here, activating this next map. Embracing from this 10-foot space, the walls become far more bricked, very pristine, nicely built. There are pillars extending to a 15-foot ceiling height, chain, and other sorts of things suspend from them, really just to anchor the pillars to each other. And when you now come into space, you're able to see very briefly that there are portcullis-like gates with levers that are nearby them to the left and to the right with your dark vision. It is a massive space, and you're probably being kind of like, right, for being inside the mountainside directly next to a lake. And so you're being a little bit cautious, maybe particular, scanning around with your perceptions. You don't see anything.
Okay, so I would urge caution, but also have a feeling that they already know we're here, since they opened the door.
So should we quiet as we can?
Well, I wouldn't bang the pots and pans together.
Um, Seems we have a choice here.
Is that
Seems we
door
have
open?
several choices
Aries,
here.
you can now see there are two more portcullises side by side on the southern space. Sir Dougal, now getting a good look. You can see through. These doors you can see through, just FYI, because they're actually metal barred. A portcullis, like a metal barred gate, you can see through. And it just kind of slams into the stone, into a groove. There's some sort of chain or suspension or winches or something, right? It's inside that groove. Athos and Sir Dougal now coming over. You can see staring over. I'm just going to keep a pause so we can keep track of descriptions as I go through. Staring off in the western here is a chamber of some kind with a shelf that extends outright and the spitting and bubbling of lava. There is no real path to actually get across. There are pillars extending to a ceiling height that goes up to beyond right this, which may be 35, 40 feet, right? You have to get into the chamber to really see that. And they're suspended by chains anchored into the brick stone wall that goes all the way down to the 20-foot drop into the lava. Ares, when you look east, now getting a little bit of an understanding, there are walls that go up to a 10-foot ceiling height, some of which have a kind of a perfect edge to them, as if they're like bedrock that's been chiseled out of the space. And the walls are odd.
Hold on, say that again. The walls are what?
The walls are odd in their
Odd,
spacing
okay.
and their construction. That's what your character would understand. Why it would be odd, you can roll, right, or investigate further. That's up to you.
Yeah, I'd like to try to understand further. So you said investigation?
Okay, go. You get obviously you need a closer look, so you can move closer to the eastern gate there if you'd like, and then you can roll investigation or perception, your choice.
Do investigation. Find it. Yeah.
All right, a 6. As you're looking in and seeing what's odd to you is that there are multiple different pathways from a singular branch, and it stands out to you that there are many and multiple directions that you could possibly go into the chamber with the 10-foot ceiling height to the east of this gate.
This way, Athos appears to be more of a maze. Maybe not worth our time right now. Maybe we should look at some of the other ones.
A maze or plumbing? Very bad plumbing.
Either way, I think we leave this one alone for now. Come back to it if we have to.
Well, the portcullises It look. I may be making assumptions about what's on the map, but do we see control devices or something that would look like control devices for these
Yeah,
things?
there's like metallic levers that sit engrooved into the stone to the left of the gate.
It seems as though perhaps we can open these at will. So.
Searching down this space, you can see the bubbling and spitting of smoke and lava with some sort of plates designed. It's very odd and elaborate with metallic grating as the corridor extends south.
I wonder if they're using the lava for heat.
It's sort of, yeah.
It does seem to be fairly regulated to that side of the obstruction. Although the maze you pointed out strikes me as something that lava could easily flow through. It makes me a bit nervous.
Does everybody see the handles? It's not something you need to do an investigation for or anything.
Nope, they're there. They're just sitting about 5 feet off the ground, right at the surface there, and they're just engrooved into the stone.
I'm gonna pull this one.
Gate
Or
opens.
push down, pull down.
You grab the lever and you pull it down. As it does, you see the gears winding and the gate slowly lifts up. It disappears into the groove of the ceiling. The corridor here is about 10 feet in its height, and it has metallic and stone reinforced walls. Metal is almost like paneled in a way and welded to the stone.
If something happens, just shut the gate behind me.
Yell out if you see a lich.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around and Athos, it's safe to come this far so far. Just follow in my footsteps.
That's because you don't see what's behind you.
It looks like a 6-foot tall rabbit.
So coming to Athos, what you're understanding as well as you, Ares, is that there are these pressure plates designed and planted into the metallic grating that seem to descend down into the lava. This magma begins to roar and glow with steam hissing outwards of vents. The statue lies on the other side, and the designation of some sort of grim reaper-like character. As it is, it has a scythe pointing in the direction of upwards and down. A plaque that sits engraved in stone. It's at the edge. It simply reads, "I should not and will not end up on the same as I did before, or I will truly end up in a roar."
Well, someone has a sense of rhyme.
Right down your alley, Athos. This is very interesting.
Fascinating. It also does not look like something I wish to step upon.
Is this one close enough to kind of like put a little bit of weight on it, but not go off balance?
Sure.
Put all
You
my
put
weight
your-
on it.
Sure, you put your foot on just to press it down. You see the stone slightly moves down like a plate. Just on the very little bit of pressure, it's enough to actually push it down.
I'd like to
Yeah.
try and discern if that's attached to something trap-like or
You
dangerous.
make an investigation or perception.
Stepped on a.
With a 21, it seems that the actual pillars themselves, or the pressed plates, actually go through the grating and then into the magma or the lava, sustaining themselves and not becoming molten somehow. What you can understand is that the plate alone signifies that there is some mechanism it's engaging. But it's underlying in the lava, so you can't tell what it is.
Yes, they definitely seem to be attached to something down there. I can't speak to what it does, but I suspect pushing them down would have an effect, and it may not be one that we enjoy.
Uh-oh, we lost Harrison.
You stepped on the plate and you killed the rabbit.
No! 'Cause, 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 'cause,
So staring down this eastern corridor here, you can see that there's the same kind of gateway there, or metallic gate. It's made of steel and slightly reinforced with brass. Lever sits to the left, and this lifts up, goes into the roof of the ceiling. There's some sort of kind of paneling of metal that exists on the other side, forming kind of a balcony of sorts. There's a piece of stone that kind of is shaped in like a U, and it comes upwards towards the edging of a railing. And then in underneath, which is see-through, maybe it's glass that is a pan over that or some kind of the actual metal bracket or paneling. There is like a well, like a stone piece that extends upwards from the water that has a circular nature to it. And you can kind of get an idea of actually looking down at this point that there is water in there. And it's just an extended piece about 6 feet off of the water level. The balcony is about 8 or so feet off of the water.
This feels creepily like a place where you could feed and water something you didn't want to get all that close to.
Ares coming to this plaque here. This is the third one. It simply states, every second it must be different, but do watch your step. For every fifth, I need something new. Second plaque, Nereus, as you read, give me 6, but do not dabble, for I heat up quick amidst the rabble.
Ah, the statues hold the key to solving the pressure plates. It's a riddle.
What did the first one say again?
I should not and will not end up on the same as I did before, or I will truly end up in a roar.
Okay, so
you
don't.
can't
Go ahead.
repeat.
Yep, can't repeat. And the second statue said,
Give me 6, but do not dabble, for I heat up quick. It's the rabble. I can copy these in too for you, by the way.
Fascinating. Well, Athos is going to cast guidance on himself and then begin skipping across the pressure plates, trying not to step on the same one twice in a row. Quickly as possible.
All right, you get across, and as you do that, the pressure plates themselves begin to kind of shove themselves into the magma a little bit, and then they sit lowered, all of them.
I didn't die. FYI. I have no idea if that deactivated them or if they're entirely unsafe now. It's one or the other.
I will put my foot on the same one that I did before and test it out the same way I did before.
Athos and Ares, and you make both of you dexterity saving throws.
You killed us all.
Oh, not Darius. Darius, you're good. You're good over there.
Okay, I was like, wow, all right. Well,
No. Ares and Athos. Sorry, Ares and Athos. So 22 and 26. As the steam, you pret your plate down. The plate is lower, but then it lowers down even more, it seems, and kind of hits down. And as it happens, this big shake and rumble around you, and all of a sudden, this massive burst of steam just explodes out in this incinerating heat. You have to make a dexterity saving throw to attempt to get out of that steam as it begins to hiss outwards, as damage itself begins to kind of scald and move about. So Athos, you're able to get out of the way, succeeding, and then taking no damage whatsoever. Ares, you are able to get out of the way, but you still take damage. You take approximately 16 points of fire fire damage as it's kind of burning your face and your hands and other sorts of things. Sir Dougal and Tardin, I have you both, right? You're kind of outside of the area, but you're still getting that heat, and so you're kind of having to step back as well.
Okay, so it was option B. It is entirely deadly now. Do not step on it. Now we know. Although it will be difficult to get all of us across if one of us crossing immediately makes it lethal for the rest. We only have 3 passages.
Well,
Let me poke around it. Maybe we don't need to come over here. I'll report back.
Staring
Before he
down
goes
into the
anywhere.
southern corridor there, Athos, you see green light illuminating something. It's kind of bubbling and moving around. It's difficult to see at this range. You most likely have to get closer to get a better description, even though the map is allowing you to kind of see that. You're going to have to kind of come closer to really get an understanding of what that is. The corridor itself continues on the north, right, and wraps around to the left there, it seems. There's also a stone and metallic door here, sits with a bolt of some kind underneath, like a lock, and could be picked, perhaps, but it's unclear.
So before he moves, just give the statue a once over to see if there's anything else odd about it aside from the riddle that was on it.
Doesn't seem like there's anything odd about it. The scythe itself hasn't moved. The statue is solid granite, it seems. It's darkened kind of gray, and it's essentially extended, embedded into the stone of this place.
There's so many doors in this bloody place.
Can I
Stretching
get
down,
this
you
door
can-
open?
1 second, Sir Dougal. As you stretch down Athos,
Sure.
looking south, you can see that there is some sort of chest on the other side of a shelf that sits just 5 feet below the ceiling height. It's filled with gold pieces as well as some sort of bronze key. It extends quite far, and the shelf actually sits about 15 feet over magma, lava, as it boils and moves around. There are these metallic studs that extend out from the ceiling that kind of create these holds every 5 feet or so, and as well as a stone pillar that sits upwards as well that allows to be stood on, very balanced like.
Wow, talk about the deadly fucking carrot. Anyway,
Sir Dougal, you are able to open the door. You just simply have to grab this lever and pull it down. As you do that, it opens up.
I am going to examine while he's doing that. He's going to start examining this door and seeing what it would take to get it open and if it's trapped or mechanized in any way.
Okay. You can make an investigation check if you'd like to see if it's trapped. And further investigating as well. 15. You're moving the door handle. It's kind of like a metallic brass handle that's a little bit kind of almost like a dome shaped, right? So it has like a semicircle like shape to it. And you're kind of fitting that. The bolt or lock kind of sits underneath it and grooves into the stone. And so you're going to that. You're attempting to look at the lock. You're kind of jiggling the handle, looking at the seams of the door itself. It's a very sturdy and thick door. It probably can't be broken down because it's metal reinforced and stone. However, it is lock pickable. Imagine you can get your thief tools in there and try to pick that lock. You don't see any traps right now.
He is going to attempt to pick the lock.
Okay.
And he's going to guide himself.
Right. Guidance. Go ahead and roll a d4 and then roll your, or either one, roll your thief's tools. Sir Dougal, looking into the space, the ceiling height of this chamber is about 40 feet tall. There are 2 massive stone pillars that extend upwards to that height, and then there are 2 pillars that are slightly 10 feet lower than that height. Your shelf is roughly 15 feet lower than the 15 feet lower than the ceiling, and then you're some odd feet above the lava, right? So just note that you're 5 feet here, and then this is encompassing to the ceiling. And then there's chains that seem to wrap around the pillars. They kind of anchor themselves into bolts that are kind of hinged into the pillars themselves, and the chains that are very thick and very sturdy. There is no other way or no bridge that you can see that gets across this space to the other side, but the corridor continues. It does head in the northern direction, wrapping around. Athos, with a 16, you were unable to unlock this. As you come through and you begin to unlock, I'm going to go ahead and roll a percentile dice here to see your thief's tools recover, but one of them gets a little bit cut up and scratched. This keyhole itself takes a very large and massive key. It also might be a material that your thief's tools isn't, so there's some galling that's occurring between your tool and the lock. However, you do recover and you can attempt to do it again.
Before I do that, I'm going to finish examining this hallway.
Okay. You're seeing more of the same, with the very same chest on the other side, filled with gold, wooden, metallic reinforced chest with a brass key or bronze key that sits on top of the gold pile on the chest. You can see that there is rope that's actually tethered to handholds. This rope actually goes to the ceiling height, and it seems as though it's tied off a little bit to the pillar here, suggesting that you actually can get onto the pillar and swing to the other side. So, out of character, I think we can all figure out what's going. This is, I don't generally have puzzles or mazes or anything, but this is exactly what this is. So, just strap yourselves in, kids.
Yeah, I suspect we need exactly one key, but every single one of these is a particular set of rolls on whether you get the key or die.
Strap yourselves in. So, Athos more the same,
Yeah.
but different designs each one.
Are any of you immune to fire?
Yeah, not so much. That hurt last time you went across. Like, bad,
Yeah,
hurt.
don't try that again.
Don't worry, I stepped back. I'm not trying it again.
So coming here, Athos, you can see the shelf extends. This is very similar to the actual corridors or lava kind of rectangular chambers you saw before, with the different mechanisms maybe to help you get across. You can see that the shelves are at the same elevation as themselves. They're just at this level of the door, and then the acid lake bubbles and spits and sits just 5 feet below the shelving. There are these pyramid-like shaped structures that kind of extend upwards from the acid that have sleek and completely slanted surface. It would be very difficult to hold on to them and balance upon them, but you can. There are other shelves that exist in this space, suggesting that there's other ways to navigate through, other corridors and whatnot, other gates that you can see. It's difficult to understand the complexities just off a glance.
Narius, where'd you go? Narius!
Yes.
Where did he go? Oh, there he is. How far does that ring of yours work? Like, what's the range that you could move the thing?
About 30 feet.
Interesting.
Does everyone feel it?
There are a lot of keys over here, but all of them happen to be hidden behind fairly elaborate death traps. However, they all seem to share a similar mechanism in that gravity is essentially the thing that leads to your demise, regardless of the tool involved. I'm wondering if perhaps we can leverage that trick of yours to perhaps circumvent some of this. We should get you across these walkways, but not this one. This one's bad.
All right, well, we should think about things logically. They're merely puzzles to be solved.
Yes, I suspect we only need one of the keys. There seem to be at least 5. I've only seen one locked door, and it seemed to be a rather heavy-duty lock.
What does this plaque say?
Give me 6, but do not dabble, for I heat up quick amidst the rabble.
Okay, well, we don't have 6 people that can walk across, so. And this one?
Every second, it must be different, but do watch your step. For every 5th, I need something new.
I'd like to try to wild shape into a giant spider.
Not just a small spider, but a giant one. Might as
for
well.
dramatic effect.
Win in Rome, baby.
Sure. Because if
Okay.
you're gonna go spider,
Go big or go home, baby.
Yeah, go big or go home. What are we doing? Okay, I'm gonna put the in the summons here and give you ownership of it, so you should be able to do it yourself. Give me 1 second. All right, you should see it in the summons tab of the characters. So you should be able to drag it into your character sheet now and wild shape you to that.
perfect. I'd like to climb up the wall of the cavern.
Okay.
And across the ceiling and back down the other side.
No worries. Perfectly able to do that as a spider. You're on the other side. Corridor continues
okay,
north
well,
into the darkness.
didn't expect that to work. Okay, now I don't know what to do. And if I
Yours
just
is
show
like,
up
well,
back
that
to
was
the
easy.
group,
What did you expect?
Looking like a
Spikes to
spider.
pop out of the walls? Like, what the hell?
yeah. Okay. Into a corner.
It continues north into the darkness.
Oh,
It continues to another map.
got it. Okay. I'll go. I'm gonna
You
head
must-
back then.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Yeah,
You
right.
must gather
Thank
your
you,
party before venturing.
Elminster.
You can go up there if you want. That's up to you.
Not just yet.
Okay.
I can probably offer some help here to some of these conundrums.
Giant spider begins to approach you. Nereus, Ares, and Target.
Ah!
The
He
spider
throws himself
runs
into
away.
the lava.
Extreme arachnophobia.
I wonder if I can't. I can probably do the same here, right?
You can. Yeah. Crawl along the side of the walls. And you're on this side.
What in the
And
bloody hell?
then, yeah, the spider runs away a little bit.
You trigger a trap, but there's a fucking spider. It ran away though.
Oh, I see the chest. Can I? Okay, I'm gonna walk close to Athos, but not close enough to attack, and I'm gonna click a couple of times at him, and then turn around.
Is that Dougal?
The spider comes back and clicks twice again, and then turns around and starts walking.
I
We've
mean,
got
he's
to
not
come up
over
with
here.
We've got to come up with some form of sign language or something.
They don't always have fingers. In fact, they never
It
have
has to
fingers.
be universal
How does
body
that
language.
work?
Huh? Shit out a pheromone. I don't know.
Can I climb the ceiling here? Same.
It's a portcullis
Method.
gate, and it goes in 10-foot ceiling height of the gate itself towards the shelf in front of you, and it does appear to be locked. You pull your legs and your spider kind of mandibles, you attempt to lift it, and it's too heavy to actually lift off the gate. So this is locked. You don't see any sort of levers either nearby.
Oh, I did not suspect.
Oh.
I assumed the
Right.
gateway to death would just be open. Well, hold on. Pardon me, Arachnid. He will attempt to unlock the gate.
There's no lock visible here to unlock.
Oh,
this
it's
gate.
just like it's mechanically just down.
It's
I see.
mechanically
Yeah.
down. There's no lever nearby. You can attempt to see if there's some way of dislodging the weight counter set to it with your thieves' tools. You can attempt to strength check, right, just to lift this damn thing.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Okay, well, one moment. I could try and pick this lock again, but I have a feeling I'm going to lose my tools, and this is not the type of place to not have your tools handy.
Oh, this is another area down here.
So is it the same deal here? Is this another latched or no?
There is a
portcullis?
lever nearby this gate, and it is locked, yes, but you can pull the lever, which is nearby, and it will open.
Okay, yeah. So pull the lever on that one.
Nope.
Well, this one's open. Is there a ceiling in this one, though?
There's a ceiling in this space. It's the same way the other design. You have about 10 feet towards that ceiling height, and the shelves sit just 10 feet below that, right? And then you have the acid, which is very much closer than the lava was, and it seems to sit right nearby, kind of just lower in footage than the shelf itself. So it's everything is very kind of low to the acid in this room. There are doors to the left and right. Those doors seem to be metallic and also stone. There doesn't appear to be a handle necessarily or a lock to the doors, suggesting maybe you just push them and they swing open, but it's unclear. That's the spider. So yeah, spider.
Your spider senses are not tingling.
Non-tingle. Oh, and Harrison's dead.
So climbing upon the ceiling height, you see the shifting of acid begin to move. There's some sort of mandal of vines and other things that begins to pull themselves out of the acid as it is. It pulls up and reaches out to grab you with surprise. I need you and everyone else in combat to please roll initiatives. Before we get to that, though, we're going to go ahead and call the session, because I think it's a good time before we go into some combat, yeah? All right. How is everyone feeling right now?
And now we're nicely separated.
I'm still trying to figure. I think I figured this last one out, but I'm not sure.
I love how everyone's sitting trying to figure out the stepstones here, and then all of a sudden, Sir Dougal's like, "I'm just gonna be a fucking spider, baby.
I'm a spider."
Yeah. And all of a sudden, Sir Dougal dragged an acid. Sir Dougal!
Not just any spider, a giant spider too.
Giant spider, not a little spider, a giant spider. I had to ask that. I had to ask that because I had to figure it out.
Giant spiders are immune to acid, right? Of course.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Something.
Of course.
So this. Are we on stream still or off stream?
We are still on stream. I'm closing out the stream now, so it gives you a little chance maybe to process these riddles or what's going on here a little bit. But also because we're going to go into combat as well. So we're going to close the stream and calculate experience because we went through combat and other things with our exploration as well as our lore here. Do you have a question at all that you're...
Nope.
Oh. Waiting until we're off stream. Good.
Private.
If you guys would like to see us off stream, please donate to.
Click the OnlyFans link. So.
Yeah, if you do donate, I do want to say I've never had any donations to the stream, but if we do, it actually goes directly to the group back. So just FYI, I've never had anybody donate to the stream. But yeah, if you do, that'd be great.
If you want more corpse defloration in front of all the paladins.
If you hate Tardan as much as Nereus does, please donate now.
Oh my god. I don't...
This is like a sadistic rendition of Mousetrap.
Baby.
You had fun making this map.
I did. It was a good time. This map is also really old. I made this a long time ago.
I was gonna say this is the map where he was like learning how to use all the tools of map making.
No, actually not. No. This is pretty early on. This place has been designed for a while because it's not a place that everyone gets to. So it's not a place I could play test. So it's pretty much been the same, and the limited people that have gone through it have done so without any problems. They like it. So and there's not much.
They've all died.
They've all died.
And here we are stuck on the first set of riddles. Everybody else went through with no problems.
Some of you are stuck. To be fair, a couple of us flew right through.
Well, that was the great. I mean, I felt like Nereus doesn't normally talk that much, but with Tardan not here, it was a golden opportunity for him to talk a little more.
Yeah, it could have been. It would be. Yeah, it would probably be at this stage. It's honestly pretty good. We're closing out, so that way Deuce is with us here with these riddles and stuff. That'd be good. So,
But like he would not. He would have objected to anybody going across anything until we talk about it. But
Yeah.
it's just like, all right. I mean,
That's
hey, if you want to go across, we can just. He can get out. Eris can just backtrack and head out.
yeah,
So
that's true. That's true.
good luck.
So experience wise, so 1,710 experience each. That should put you at 37,120 experience total. So you can add that to your character sheets. And then for the stream, if you're watching us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For group 5 here, and they're in it to win it now, baby. That's what it is. They're heading in to the puzzles, to the mazes. We're gonna see what the rainbow, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. That's what they're looking for. So we'll see what happens. But hopefully join us when we have this group again next week or so. And have a good weekend. So bye.
Bye.
Later.